Matchmaking dead? Wait, do I have a password on? Well, I mean, I don't know. It's the thing is, I'm such a competitive person, and I already feel like I'm super far behind on Silksong. I wanted to play Baby Steps. I wanted to play Silent Hill F. So I haven't played Silksong in like a week, and you know, because of that, I'm super far behind now. I was actually thinking about doing a Souls marathon today, but I woke up kind of late. I want to do a dagger only marathon. You could recover, but you still want to play other games. Yeah. It's just, I don't know. I had a lot of fun with Silksong. I'm sorry for people who like want to see more Silksong, but I mean, at the very least, we now can do Silksong in marathons, which is really nice, you know? Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I'll take it, I guess. Could be useful if we need to, we're fighting like Tibia Mariner or something. Have I considered true ending speedruns? I've thought about it, but it's a lot of, it's just a lot of practice. Oh, we don't know what boss it is. Nice, no frickin' key. That's cool. It's so cringe that, or, okay. Maybe I use the word cringe too much, but it's so annoying how you don't, you can just not get a key sometimes. Do you have plans for a marathon of all the games you've speedrun? Yeah, I want to do it. I wanted to do it this month, but it was just non-stop new releases, so wasn't really a good time to actually do it. I'm coming, team. Come on, let me guard counter. Ooh, improved guard counters. Don't mind if I do. What's the next big game for you? I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. Come on. Back me. What? Brother, what do you mean? It's 20% damage. Raider might actually like that. Sure, let's go to the castle. Can upgrade my weapon there. OSRS Ultimate Iron Man when... I don't know about that one. Okay, we can get one level up, I think, and then we need to save the rest for upgrade. Hello, Bergmont. I also have Flame grant me strength. It's kind of pog, actually. I wish I could kill these guys faster. Sorry, team. Going for my jelly shield. Don't mind me. Oh my god. So I feel bad doing this. And I didn't even get one. Good job, guys. Golden halberd. Ooh, thank you. Damn, guard counters. Let's go, dude. I don't know, that was kind of a good drop, but... You know what, what are our teammates' relics like? Nothing that crazy, actually. Ooh, a shield? Actually, I don't know. Holy Ground was kind of nice on the other shield, but I'll take it. Oh wait, this one has Holy Ground too. Doesn't really matter. Oh shit! Improved guard counters on a shield? Holy moly. We're fucking shredding, bro. Holy fuck, dude. Man, I don't know. I'm not using charge attacks is the thing, so. Let's see what's up here. You don't ping projectile reduced for your Iron Eye? I honestly kind of assumed he probably already has that, but no, he doesn't. Okay, that's my bad. I should have pinged it. I should have pinged it. You right. I'm sorry, Iron Eye. No jelly shields. Oh, more max health. Don't mind if I do. How do I miss? All that good loot for Augur? Yeah, probably, dude. How do you miss me, dude? Holy fucking damage, bro. Can I block this? Alright, I don't want to throw. I'm going to be careful. When does this... Oh, there we go. That missed me, dude. Not again. Oh yeah, cutting the tail. I always forget about that, actually. I guess we'll get the violent stars. Wait, is there a second boss? He missed. Gotta be close to staggering. Ooh, guard counters summon the... Nice. Nice. I haven't seen this one in fucking ages, chat. Oh, right, the boss down here. I got you, bud. Yeah, this has been a good team. One of them even dropped a guard counter talisman for me. It was so nice. Guy's got no health at all. More stamina. We're getting so many just straight stat buffs on this run. It's kind of crazy. We need to get the extra churches. Yeah, do the invader camp. It's been a pretty solid run so far, I gotta say. Oh, is the game sound okay, by the way, chat? I feel like maybe it's a little quiet. Come on, you jerk. Oh, I didn't mean to backstab him. Oops. Commander's Standard. Does a lot of damage. Oops. Yeah, I feel like the game's a little on the quiet side. I'm gonna turn it up a smidge. Oh. Oh, shit! Yo, nice ult. Jesus. Hello? I wish touching a Grace got rid of the, like, max HP reduction. Dude, I have so much health right now. We have 55% improved guard counters right now. Not bad. Going castle. Oh, thought that guy was gonna hit me. Everybody in chat, let's be friendly with each other now, okay? Oh, is he doing the skip? Why couldn't I? Any chilling mist rocks? How have I not frostbited him? What? Skill attack power. That could be good. Yeah, you lose so many points in depth 5. Dance breaking. Ooh, a Deathrite bird. Oh, wait, I still have... Oh, no, I dropped shared order. God damn it. How are you missing that? Can I block this? Jellyfish shield. Oh, there was a guard counter there. Oh, it has continuous HP loss though. Damn, the team is hooking it up, bro. Need a good guard counter. What? Oh, fuck. Wait, I have improved. Oh, shit. I can't, guys. Oh, God. I had 200% Night Tide damage and I forgot. Well, level 14 it is. I mean, it's okay. No, I don't think we can get that anymore, but it is what it is. If only I was able to get like one fucking good guard counter, I would have like destroyed him. I can't retrieve them in this mode. The storm does like 1,000,000 damage. You think I can? I guess I can try. I'll have to take off the weapons. I don't know. I feel like everybody who's saying I can hasn't played this mode, but maybe the damage isn't that bad. Need to do it before beating the boss. Leaving teammates behind. Surely they're not gonna die, right? Come here, team. All right. Come on, let me go. I have 2,100 HP. Holy shit. A big old health bar. Oh, the double riposte! Let's go! Oh, sorry, Iron Eye. Let's go. Man, that was a kind of a cracked run. That was pretty good. One more match and we're depth 4. Yeah, that was kind of a slaughter. It wasn't Everdark though. Yeah, this is my build. Is there a way to show like all 6 relics at once? I don't remember if there is. I feel like there is, but I don't remember how. Maybe not. All right, I'll be right back. Oh man, that was a fun run. Guard counter build is, I don't know why I love Guardian so much. I think it's because I think I hated Guardian and then I realized he can actually do damage and then I kind of started to like him more. I even changed my name, chat. To Bird Enjoyer. All right. I feel like Revenant in the higher depths is kind of bad. No, I actually have a decent amount of Wilder games. Oh, actually, never mind. No, I don't have that many. I like guard counters because they're kind of, it's like, I don't know, using a shield is kind of cheesy, but it's not like I can't dodge the bosses, and I don't know, it's just, it's fun to try to figure out all like the guard counter opportunities you can get. Oh wait, I didn't see my teammates' names. Well, it does matter, we'll see them when we load in. Oh, is it double recluse? Okay. Yeah, recluse and duchess are cracked. Dude, I think they should have made it so Revenant can store summons. Imagine if Revenant could store summons, if that was like a Deep of Night feature. Bro, I can't hit it. Hello? I don't know why the Graces do this sometimes. So weird. It's kind of laggy. Man, these enemies hurt. What relics do they have? Damn, these guys got some like cracked relics, it looks like. I've done true ending attempts? No. You want to kill that red enemy? I'm gonna kill it. Fuck it. This recluse is like, what the fuck is going on? Oh god. Oh, ruh-roh. Not going great, gentlemen. Oh my god, this is like the longest Banished Knights ever. Not a great start, but you know. We go do a mine. I really want to get this weapon upgraded. Yeah, I wish I had a Night Invader relic. All right. A good shield to find. Taking damage boost, damage negation. It doesn't work when I'm blocking, but that's okay. Good. Oh god. Buddy, no. I can't save this guy. Too far away. Oh, I didn't want to buy the pouch. I wanted to upgrade my shield. Come on, Jelly Shield! Oh! Nice. Yeah, it would be so nice if guard counters worked as a charge attack. Does suck. I agree. Good job. I wonder what boss was at the bottom. That still hit me. Oh, you can get me. No! Almond! Oh, God. I can't get him. He's cooked. The fucking troll throwers, man. I don't... Oh, my God. What a nightmare. Can nuke down this troll. Good work, team. Why did I buy that? Holy shit! Had thrusting counters? Yeah, but you don't actually, like, get counterattacks that often. I can actually use the jelly shield now. I feel like sometimes it's better just to back up. Well, this run isn't going quite as good as the previous, but you know, it's okay. Come on, Maggie, fucking hit me. Oh my god. Dude, why are you backing up from me? Alright, I'm coming to help with this guy. Oh wait, our team's still fucking dead. Oh, I'm so sorry. That missed. Really. That's gonna hurt. Oh wait, I have no heals left. Oh gosh. We're not gonna fucking wipe to this, are we? I'm kind of scared, chat, actually. I'm not gonna lie. No way. Oh my god, dude, this is so bad, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so bad. Holy shit, this is the longest Maggie fight I've ever seen. Alright, it's fine. We're gonna bring it back. Just a little bit of a struggle. Totally fine. Not worried at all. Now where do we go? Bro, they do so much damage! Holy shit! Like how he fucking missed me, dude. Oh. Oh god. I kind of wish that I had the whirlwind, like the... And I really don't like Everjails. Yeah, the world, like, the thing is, the Whirlwind is really good for, like, the Beastmen and the Banished Knights, but it's like, that's the only reason you're running it, pretty much. Ooh. Dude, come on. Oops. Sorry, gentlemen, I fucked up. Oh, that's so bait, dude. Got you. I got you. I got you, ladies. Kind of like the gradual restoration, honestly. Oh, the castle isn't in the circle. That's so sad. Oh, wait, what did he mark? Oh. Not sure that works for me anyways. It's all junk. Nothing to drop them. Oh. Holy lag. Oh. Cool. A lock. I feel like you do not want to lock on for that. Die, you idiot. Ow. There's another boss where you don't want to lock on, really. The recluses are slaying, dude. Wending Grace. Don't mind if I do. Ooh. Whatever, we'll drop 10% guard counter. This great bow could be good if we get Augur, I guess. Though, honestly, with the recluses, it probably shouldn't really matter. It's Doge. Oh, right, we know what it is. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, Mr. Crab, you got anything good for me? Can you please, like... This isn't gonna kill me, right? I'm not gonna die to a crab all of a sudden. Yes, I'm really fighting the crab. I can, like, kill him... Bro! What the fuck? I'm so trash, chat. I'm committed. I'm killing this fucking crab, I don't care. That was horrible. Alright, I'm coming, chat. Team. Great loot. All that for 2 boiled crabs. Yep. Worth it. Okay, honestly, I feel like this game, these recluses are probably like, this fucking guardian, dude. Alright, gentlemen. Oh god. I'm coming! Wait, did I drop the commander's standard? I guess I did. I didn't even fucking realize. Probably should have kept that. Oh, wait, golden halberd. Yeah, let's just take that. I don't know. I don't know if guarding up damage negation stacks or not. I hope somebody took that item I dropped. I think one of them did. Ooh, guard counter talisman. Yes, please. What? Shattering Crystal is so busted, man. He missed. Yeah, holy weapon is not good here. Damage negation or health? Health applies to fire too, yeah, that's true. Damage negation on guarding does stack? Oh, really? I don't need it. Health makes your flask heal more since it's percentage based. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I should have kept the commander's standard. Oh well. Oh boy. I should not have ulted, chat. That was a bad idea. Continuous flask is so good. Oh wait. We're not supposed to attack him right now. Oh my. Okay, well, good job, team. I'm getting kind of fucked, but it's alright. We're doing good. Oh, we got the holy debuff. No. Oh wait, I have a Wending Grace. Oh my god. I should have healed, man. Fuck. God, it's so chaotic. This guy's got this, though. Oh. No. Oh. Oh. That was so stressful, dude. That was so bad. Good job, team. Oh. Oh, I thought I was gonna throw it, man. I was so close to getting the res, but then they missed me with their attacks, and it was so awkward. Oh, God. If we didn't have the frickin' Wending Grace, we were cooked, though. Oh, man, that was terrifying. Oh, wait, I only got 200 for that match. Wait, the last match we got 300. Why did I get 300? What was the difference? Oh, because you don't know what boss it is? Hmm. I see. Oh, man, that run made me... That made me so anxious at the end. My goodness. Yeah, you really should get more points for Everdark. I mean, you get more sigils. Am I playing with Oro? I mean, I'd be down if he wanted to. Did I make it to level 5? No, we're almost rank 4. And run while healing. Yeah, there's some like weird tech you can do. Yeah, you lose rank if you die. No, I have not, Mr. Tomato. Hey, Arcadia, thank you for the 4 months, by the way. Wolfsong, thank you for the 15 months. Destroyer, thank you for the 26 months. Hard Rains, thank you for the bits. I'm sorry. Oh, we got Noclateo. I feel like I'm so bad. I've been so bad with keeping up with resubs lately. Let me turn the alerts back on, actually, so I can hear when people resub. Yeah, Hades 2 is like full release now. Oh, it's Caligo. Yeah. I feel like we should have killed these enemies over here. Coming, team. Holy shit, this match is laggy. What the fuck? I'm coming. What? Bro, what is going on? How does he miss me? Get 2 smithing stones, I think. Wait, how much are they? 5,500? 65. Yeah, killing. I feel like clearing everything in the fort. Oh, no. Let's not do that. Get the... Do not fight this red wolf, guys. Nice, we got something easy. The frostbite resets are kind of annoying, but... Hey, Nong Man. What's up, Flare? And this match is so laggy, though. Dang, dude, we're gonna have 4 churches on day 1. Kinda crazy. Kill the hippo. Man, this dude is tanky. I think I'm not really getting anything good, though. I really want to do this mine. Need to get a fire weapon, though. Probably hold off. Oh, wow. Okay, I guess. He healed. So laggy, dude. We do this mine? Oh, am I by myself? Yeah, I really need a fire weapon. This is a fire camp. Maybe we can get something here. Yeah, I don't know. It has frickin' ailments, deal increased damage, which probably isn't good against Caligo. Was that a fire weapon? I mean, it was a torch. So yes, it was a fire weapon, but it wasn't really one that I wanted to use. A fingerprint shield. Oh, that's not... Wait, I'm gonna die. Never mind, no, I'm not. Hello? Oh, the... Well, it's okay. Oh, it's Vow of the Indomitable. Yeah, my guard counters aren't doing that much right now. Dude, what? Why is it fucking lagging so badly, man? What's up with these lag spikes? Dang it. No, it has reduced maximum health. Wait, shielding creates holy ground. I don't think I've ever seen that. Yeah, the thing is, I deal like, I have 2 of the frostbite perks or relics. So when they're frostbited, I do like boost. so much more damage. I really need to get a fire weapon though. Don't really have one. But yeah, apparently there's like some skip you can do with the tree here. Kind of cool. Never done it before though. What a landing. Yeah, you can like use the bird to land up. Oh shit. Do we have to do it? Follows forever. I'm just gonna go in then, fuck it. I love playing Guardian against this boss. At least we're pretty close. The master of bubbles was felled. First. Rue. I don't know if I should upgrade this halberd or not. Maybe there's a fire halberd or a fire weapon at the store. A fire greatsword. Holy lag, dude. Yeah, a grafted dragon would be nice. Still playing Big Bird in 2025. I have a really nice set of relics for Guardians, but yeah, I should play more. I should play different classes. Although I will say Revenant in this mode seems kind of meh. Grab both of them? I don't know if I want attacks impaired, dude. Yeah. Well, no, this we're okay on time, I think. Maybe not to get everything, but oh. Can he come back up? Oh my god, you're so cringe. Yo, that's good. That's like 18% fire damage. But yeah, it's only 30 resist. I don't feel like that's that bad. Guard counters. I'm not going to be able to get that many guard counters. Oh, shit. Maybe he wants to... Fuck, I don't know. Ooh. Okay, that he was doing big fucking damage there. Guard countering Estelle is awful. And then you just fucking miss. It's the lock on his shit. Dude, this match is so laggy. What the fuck? I mean, the cursed blood slice does fire damage, doesn't it? I don't really think we have time to dupe. I feel like I would rather just go kill the Dragonkin. Dude, that Duchess is fucking shredding with the frickin' full moon is so good. The loot in this run has not been my favorite. Oh, I can do rot. I guess I'll take it. Gonna buy some starlight shards. Why is the best class Raider? I don't know if Raider's the best class anymore. This is so laggy, dude. What the hell is going on? Big ult. characters. A little greedy. Okay. I got you guys. Don't worry. Dude, it is so This is like the most laggy match I've ever been in. Affinity negation? Flask? I don't know. I'm not sure which one I want. I really don't know. They're both good. Dude, what are you doing? Chill out, Duchess. I want some shards of my own, but I guess Wilder doesn't get the message. I'm not in love with this build, but we have Noclateo at least. Try to rot him. There we go. Wilder is dead. Or not. Somehow. That's not good. I had to ult, otherwise I was cooked. This game is so easy. It is sometimes. Oh, that actually didn't go to me. Wait. Well, dude, what is going on? Got you, buddy. I'll block it. Wait, was I not blocking? And I'm doing... Standing in these crystals is not going well for me. Are we gonna die? I think we're gonna die. Maybe not. Would have killed the boss already without Bird, yeah. Bird is not very good on Kligo. I'm not gonna bother with the res. I'm just... I mean, what is like the... You got this. Get him, Wilder. You dead? He was trying to res. I know, I was trying to wait, but then he went down, so I was like, I'm not... I mean, whatever. I could have died and we could have procced the Noclateo res, but... It's okay. It's okay, I guess. Oh boy. All right, gotta change the title now. Very different outcome if it was ever Dark Kligo. Yeah, probably. All right, well, time to go straight back down to Depth 3, probably. Oh yeah, you don't like, yeah, there's the rank protection or whatever. That's true. Yeah, you lose more points if you die during the day. I saw that. Hmm. I haven't really played Iron Eye that much. I kind of want to, but I don't know if I have. You're playing Mark, you're not playing Iron Eye. Yeah. Just another 10 wins and no losses to advance. Yeah. I feel like Duchess. I don't know what. I'll be honest. I don't really know what the best classes are for Deep of Night. I feel like I really did. This mode really does kind of switch things up, where it gets kind of. Yeah. I don't know. Iron Eye is probably the best. Probably like Iron Eye and Duchess, I guess. At least in terms of like pure DPS. Yeah, I feel like Raider's kind of mid. It's just his whole thing is like taking damage, and on the later depths you just take so much damage. I'm not sure if Guardian's even going to be good at depth 4 or 5 with how, like, the stamina damage is probably going to be horrible. I'm gonna go get some water, and then we'll try like 1 or 2 more. I do wanna play Hades 2 today though. I do wanna try it out. I'll be right back. You played with an Iron Eye that only ulted twice. If you have like the defeating enemies fills more of the art gauge, you can just like ult. You can ult so much. That's why I thought it might be fun to play Iron Eye for a little bit. Because we have like double defeating enemies fills the art gauge. My build is not that good though. Does physical attack not work for his bow? I don't know. Let's see what it's like as Guardian. Maybe we'll do one Iron Eye after. Gaping jaw. Hmm. All right, come on, believers. You finished the Baby Steps VOD, laughed your ass off. Nice. Glad you enjoyed it. Epis O'Clock. Are we about to DC? What is going on, man? Come on. Oh, sorry, I stole it. You want it? You want it, Recluse? Go south. Dude, I want one more. I just want to upgrade my halberd, man. I guess I could have done it at this camp. Oh no. He oh my god, this is what depth 4 is like, isn't it? Oh boy, I see. I see. No! Oh my god. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. I really didn't think he would do that much damage, but I kind of forgot I'm on depth 4. Well, we could bring it back, surely. Come on. Well, it was a good run, gentlemen. I wanted to heal, but I feel like the moment I go for a heal, he's gonna kill me, dude. That's the problem. Ah, we're fine, guys. We bring it back. We bring it back. It's okay. We'll be okay. Maybe not. Dude, this camp is why did I bring our team here? I'm so sorry, team. This was my call. I was like, let's go do this camp. This was horrible. I'm throwing, dude. Recluse can't even... This is... Like... Yeah, just let me die, honestly. Look at this shit. Oh. fucked, bro. Sorry. Oh, this is so bad, guys. Oh, boy. Are they gonna leave, do you think? Oh god, I'm so sorry, Duchess. What do you mean I fucked them? I mean, I kinda did, but... It's okay, we can bring it back. Surely Duchess won't leave. It's gonna be okay, Duchess. Duchess isn't moving, guys. It's not looking good. One. Wait, no, we can't go in here. Alright, alright. It's in the storm. I feel like I'm partially at fault for how this game has gone. I mean, we're all at fault, I suppose, but... Dude, okay, I gotta get in the habit of... I gotta... When I do the steel guard, I gotta go, like... I gotta backstep. Castle, or... I don't know, dude. But what... Ah, Jesus. I'm scared, chat. I feel like we should do the madness camp, maybe, and get the church. Okay, this is easy. Thank goodness. Also, I need to stop two-handing. Chilling Mist is good, but it fucking scares me to use. Randoms must be fuming. No, no, no. Listen. If you're playing with randoms, you are ready for anything. Oh, wait. They're going castle? Alright, I'm coming. I don't feel like we have time for castle, but... I am going to stick with the team. I'm not going to grief. Oh, goodness. Holy fuck, they do so much damage. Alright. We're okay, guys. We're okay. Go upgrade my shield. Coming, team. Okay. That doesn't count as a block. That's good. That's great. That's just great. Oh, okay. Alright, well, we're fucked. Oh my god, Duchess, you're so good. You're so hot. I'm dead. Oh my god, I'm trying, but it's just, fuck, man. Oh, god damn it, dude. Dude, this near death reduces max HP is, I don't know. I feel like I need to take this relic off for depth 4. It's just so, it's so punishing. It's so bad, man. What did he... It'll be okay, guys. Surely. We'll be all right. I feel like I need to go a little bit more for survivability and less for damage in depth 4. Like, I love doing big damage, but if you're dead, what does it matter? Big damage in Guardian. Bro, I've done like 5,000 damage guard count. Oh, God. Okay, well, Recluse is gonna carry the fuck out of this, probably. Oh my god, I do okay. Play it safe. He's got to be close to staggering. I'm doing like literally negative DPS here. I'm so fucking useless, dude. Like guard countering this guy is just terrible. I'm just trying to go for frickin' got you. Got you guys. You can't guard counter him because if you're close to him, everything he does just misses. It's so true. All right, guys, we bring this back. It's okay. It's gonna be all right. Should we? I feel like we should go do these. No. Yeah, I'm not too worried about the levels, though. Like, if we clear all of Castle today, we'll be all right. It'll be okay. Do we really want to go do that boss right now? I feel like that's a bad idea. You want to go to the boss? Okay, sure. Surely it's... I don't know, man. They both want to go there, but I just feel like that's a bad idea. It's gonna be like a fucking Deathrite bird, and we're just gonna waste our time. Feel like we shouldn't do it. Ah, man. What did you guys not get that church? Okay, I'm just gonna follow them. It's okay. It's just, dude, the madness camp would have been free. It would have been done in like 30 seconds, man. Oh, that's cool. That's fucking cool, dude. I'm not dead, am I? Oh my god, bro. I walk in for 1 second and I fucking die. Are we killing this thing? What? Dude, I'm... Okay. This is making me so sad. This day could have been fine, bro. It could have been fine if we just did the madness. Why are we here? Oh. Oh, God. This guy drops like 7,000 runes. He drops literally nothing. right, let's I guess we go to the Evergaol, I don't know. Dude, I am marking the places, but they're good. I mark something, and then they mark something else, and they start running in that direction. And it's like, okay, well, I'm not gonna go try to solo stuff on my own. They've increased max HP by clearing cathedrals. You know, I mean, they might, but I still... I don't know, man. And the castle isn't even in this circle. Wait, what? Is that a frost camp? No fucking way. I was just about to ult. Oh man, this max health reduced is just not okay, dude. Maybe I should have dropped that for the... Old rotten great axe. Yeah, I know. I don't know, man. I could have grabbed it. I was thinking about it. Yeah, I'm definitely not picking the best loot here, I'll admit. I don't know. I'm just this match has been a struggle, dude. I'm really having a rough time here. Go to town, gentlemen. I don't think we want to fight this guy here, guys. Just run past. Wait, are we? Oh my god, I'm sorry. I can't. Did he just get a Wending Grace? I want to take that loot, but I don't know. I need to, whatever. I just need to go with the team. This run is so cooked. Yeah, it's pretty cooked. Dude, come on, Grace, work. It's pretty cooked. We should have, dude, if we just did the Madness Camp and then went to the castle right away, I really feel like this run would have been fine. Just going to that building, that golem early on was so stupid. I mean, I don't think these randoms are that bad necessarily. I haven't played well either, so. Sooner. Yeah, I don't know about this run, gentlemen. It's not looking, not looking that good. I'm gonna go for that church too. Fuck it. I feel like Beppis is gonna die to like storm damage.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Night Lord with +0 shield. Hey, it's +1 actually. Yeah, we're fucking cooked. My gear is so goddamn horrible. This is gonna be actually fucking miserable. I think our teammate picked up some bewitching branches, maybe? Oh my god, I like how it didn't go towards him. It's okay. Oh god. Oh my goodness. Dude, this near death reduces max HP is just fucking bullshit. Oh gee, oh Jesus. Can I block this? I can. I shouldn't, though. Bro, what do you mean? How is that not a block? Like, what? I hate this fucking boss. Recluse is kind of carrying right now. No follow-up. It's like he's so dangerous, actually. Dude, like, I cannot block this shit. It does half of my health when I block. And now I'm dead. Dude, it's fucked, man. I can't, like, I genuinely don't even know what to do here. I feel like Guardian is horrible against this boss. Not playing Guardian, yeah. It's not just this boss. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, like, you just have to dodge him. I don't feel like you can guard counter him. Well, we're fucked. We're so fucked. I guess I'll take it. I mean, fuck, I don't know. I don't know if I should give it to the Recluse or not. Do I level up? Ooh. Oh, Chad, I don't think we're gonna make it. This has been such a rough run. Maybe you want this, Duchess? He's a dragon, right? Oh wait, I should bubble us, right? Or should I wait? Should I save it? I've done nothing. Duchess is literally carrying, like, completely. Like, I've actually done nothing. Well, I frostbited him. Oh. No way. Oh no. God, Beppis. Okay. I can ult, so it's okay. Dude, this, I gotta get rid of this near death reduces max health. It's just like I'm now I'm like one shot. It's just not good. But he got grabbed. Might be able to go in. Oh god. No way, bro! I fucking... Oh, I have the Wending Grace. Oh, I'm so bad. I fucking dodged, bro! Okay, well, he can get him up at least. Early. Bro, come on. Oh, God. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe Duchess can come get me. Okay, I think Duchess can get me. My fucking max health is gonna be reduced even more. Holy shit. Gaping Jaw is so far away. Oh god, he's coming. Okay, Duchess, it's okay. Nice ult. It's fine. It's fine. I'll just tank. Just DPS. Dude, I'm so bad. This... Oh my god, I'm alive. Okay, I'm just trash. I'm trash. I'm trash. I'm trash, bro. Just kill him, man. Don't even try to res me. I don't deserve it, dude. Dude, the Guardian dodge is so rough. Oh, we're cooked, dude. Good luck, man. If he gets me, I can res, but... Okay, I think he can do this. You got this. Bro. Just kill him. Just kill him. Just leave me die. I tried to jump it, but I jumped. Okay, is jumping this is... Oh my god. I just got carried so hard, honestly. Yeah, that was... Well fought, guys. That was not my finest performance, but hey, we got it. I think I'm gonna change one of my relics for more defense. Don't think Bird is the play here. No, Bird is still good, but you have to play like differently. I need to get rid of the HP down one. It's just too punishing. Yeah, see, this is such a good relic though, but this curse just is terrible. The fast ult charging, yeah. Yeah. I don't really like more damage taken after evasion either. I guess I already have it on. I mean, this one's not bad.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Physical damage negation. Yo, Oro, thank you for the 15 months. Do you want to play by any chance, or is today your day off? I don't know. We gotta play some games.
My name is Toilet Bitch.
Okay, Oro, no worries, buddy. No worries at all. Yeah, we could probably do some tomorrow. I don't know what my plans are for tomorrow, but Can always do some Night Rain. That's what I like about this game is how like how easy it is to just jump in and do a match. Maybe we'll run this one instead. We have Dormant Power helps discover Great Shields. That might be nice. Oh yeah, I could put chat back on screen. Are you playing with like a group of 3? Because I mean, I could join you, Oro, but if you've got like a full group, no worries, of course. I don't mean to impose, anyways. You know, you do your thing, man. This one might. Yeah, I mean, it's all good. You can, if you guys are just doing, no worries. Like, I don't want to impose.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
I mean, this one's not bad as well. The frostbite bonus. Like, this red one's not bad, and then I could change the Knight of the Champion to something else. Which, like, maybe that's better?
An awesome choice, stranger.
I don't know, man. I mean, this might be... Guess this might be decent? I don't know, man. We still have a lot of guard counter damage. I wish we had stamina recovery upon landing attacks +1. I think that's a thing, isn't it? Oh, I have this one. Oh, it's only on the dog relic, right. Prioritize HP. Yeah, that's why I was using the other relic. Because it had... Like, this one is good, it's just the near death reduces max health is terrible. Like, you go down once and you're gonna go down all the time. It feels so bad. I think this might be good. We have double art gauge charge while guarding. We still have okay-ish guard counter damage. I mean, it's not great, but... You really need to be, like, good with your blocks on Guardian, though. Like, if you're gonna block stuff, if you miss the block, you just, like, fucking die. Which is kind of awful. Wait, why am I getting permanently poisoned? Why do I not have max health?
Stranger, stranger, thank you.
Wait, what is going on? No, I don't think I have continuous health loss. Okay, I guess it's fine now. Like I healed. I had just healed and it was still building up. Huh? Just go outside and it gets fixed, I see. There's an assassin. Yes, I've been poisoned. What do you like so much about Guardian? I feel like it's just... I feel like I like Guardian because he's kind of the underdog class. Or he's... A lot of people like hate on him, I guess. It makes me want to play. I was a Guardian hater at first too, but in Depth of Night he's actually pretty fun. But he's still... I don't know. Some bosses you can... Like some bosses, the guard counter is good. Mainly like Fulgor and the final boss and I'm trying to think what else. Oligo, it's awful. I would say it's actually guard counter's not bad for Libra and Pest as well. I feel like on Gaping Jaw it's kind of scary though. You missed DPS test? Well, the guard counters are the only way to do damage on frickin' Guardian anyways, man. Yeah, we have Ultin paired, but we have double art gauge charge while guarding. I don't know. Let's just try run, I guess. Fuck it. Oh, hey, Sasquatch, thank you for the 57 months. Dimos, thank you for the Prime sub. Mox, thank you for the Tier 3, 63 months. Dookie, thank you for the 17 months. Change character. I mean, we have an Iron Eye build set up. I think if I'm gonna play any other character, it's probably gonna be Duchess. Yeah, you die really easily as a Duchess. But I feel like you die easily as every class. Like, it doesn't even fucking matter. Rank Walker. Yeah, Duchess's dodge is so good. And then you have Guardian, who's like got a dodge that goes 2 inches. And hooray. I feel like we've been getting a lot of laggy matches. Alright, where do we go now? Castle? I guess?
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
I feel like doing a castle early on and just killing the mobs outside helps a lot. Okay, is our Wilder gonna die? I'm so sorry. Frank's not even here and I'm... Okay. I'm just trying to get us some runes, dude. I feel like just clearing the camp... Whatever, he'll be alright. Wilder, it's not going well for you, bud. Wilder, I swear, don't you die again. Hey, Nighthawk, thank you for the 10 bucks. My progressive label is burning your monitor? I hope not. I asked them if I could chroma key the frickin' logo, but they wouldn't let me. Wait, what is that item in there? Did I miss a drop? Wait, what is our team doing? Guys? Hold on, just give me 10 years to kill this scarab, guys. I wonder if the successive attacks thing works for my guard, like when I do the charged guard counter. Oh god, it's a bell-bearing hunter. Yeah, maybe we don't do that. Maybe do the mine? Need mine gamers? I think they'll come help. Surely I'm not gonna... Oh, okay, it's not red. Thank goodness. Oh, that's not what I wanted. What if you get better gear in day 2? Well, it just makes I don't know. I feel like doing a mine is kind of worth it. In this mode. Castle? I mean, where else can we go? I feel like we might as well go do castle. We already have a good enough shield, I think. Gonna upgrade my weapon fully. Come on, baby. Every time I do this, I feel like I'm kind of just griefing, but I want... Jelly Shield is so good. I feel like having an Iron Eye on this boss is so annoying because it just non-stop dodges. Doing fucking like negative DPS, dude. Bunch of junk. Frickin' junk. What is our fucking Iron Eye doing, dude? Run! Only the Wraiths run a shield, yeah. Yeah. Hey, level 8, that's not bad. Hey, this run's definitely going better than than the last. Maybe that Iron Eye took the Wraiths while walking. Frank! Do I just let him die? Am I griefing by rezzing him? I don't know. I don't know what just happened though. Like, Frank? You good? To be a Mariner is going to be horrible. How is that a miss? I'm just gonna say I'm gonna save some HP. Oh no. Dude, what is going on with this shit, bro? Frank, you're okay? Let's get that Mark proc. Yippee! I love this boss! I think we can kill the bell-bearing hunter. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's a bad idea, but it is. He's not red. Dude, I ulted, man. Oh no, please don't die, Frank. I hate how the fucking ult is such an, like, it's such a terrible, like, bind that you have to do for it. Yeah, you really, it's so dangerous to go for the full charge guard counter. Hey, at least I'm not losing all my health. I got you, Frank. We want to go up there? That church? Yeah, I guess you could just make a macro to do the button press. Or like the ult.
Oh.
One button on keyboard? Oh, okay. Well, okay, well then you make it do the keyboard button, I guess. Oh. Ooh, that was close. Almost freaking jumped into it. Is it just in the water here? Oh, yeah. We could just go castle at this point. Where's our Iron Eye going? Okay, they want to get the heals.
Oh.
I'm dead. I wasn't fucking steel guarding, god damn it! Ooh. We're in the fucking clouds, baby! Yippee! Frank, are you good, brother? I feel like it would have been better to go castle first since we were like right there, but oh. Fine. No, I didn't. I wanted to level up, not. Oh, whatever. What's the plan? Do some more runes, I guess? I don't know. Oh, is that a jelly shield? Come on. Fucking attack! I want more guard counter, but I don't know. I don't want to deal with... I'm gonna take the damage. Alright, I mean, this hasn't been too bad of a run. We can get the church that's right next to the... right next to the tree as well, so that's really nice. I hate how he misses, dude. Like... hit me, dude. I'm just gonna take the affinity. I mean, the shields, well, I don't know. I don't know, man. The shield might have been nice, but we already have jelly shield. We're level 15 at least. Really? I thought I was gonna hit him in the head. Well, this is going great. 106. Oh, I'm running. Can guard counter with the black knife? I can try. Hey, we got him in the head. So hard to tell what's fucking happening. Fuck you, bird. All right. What do you mean toxic? He's gonna get up anyways. He would have gotten up just as like he even if I attacked, he would have gotten up at the same time. Can charge ult by hitting. I don't feel like that was BM, but if it was, my bad, I guess. All right. Yeah, it's kind of stupid that you can still know what boss it is just based on the seed. I feel like yeah, I hope the DLC adds more randomization. I don't think it's going to. I'm excited for the DLC for this game though. I think it'll be fun. Oh, hopefully I really hope they add a new map with the DLC. I'm a little doubtful though. Just randomize the boss regardless of what seed it normally is on. Yeah, that's true. Dude, what? Chill. Dude, what is your problem, bro? What the fuck? I could have taken eventual greatness, but he's fucking attack. Dude, that actually kind of triggers me. Frank, you fucking idiot. Dude, eventual greatness would have been amazing here, Frank, you fucking idiot. I'm actually so mad. What? Oh, okay. That was a good run. I think I think people are invisible right now. Guardian is so bad for Everdark Libra, it's actually just depressing. Oh boy. You got this, Wilder. Nope. Get the dodge. Oh god. Oh, we both ran into fuck. Okay, well, it was a good run. God damn it, dude. Why was that circle in front? Does he have a move where it like spawns circles in front of you? Or is it just random and we just got unlucky? Great. Come on, fucking hit me. I don't have my ult yet. I almost got ult. No. Well. Really? Bro, what the fuck is that? I'm dead. It was a good try. Ooh, this is a good one. Hoarfrost Snap. This is a good Revenant one. Guardian sucks. I don't know about that. I think he's okay. I guess this one's decent. I don't know, maybe we should play a different character. I just wish I had, I don't really have like that good of relics. Everything I have is just guard counter stuff. Tank recluse. I don't think I have like good stuff for Recluse. If I don't go Guardian, what will I try? I don't know. I don't want to do Iron Eye and just spam the ult. We have a build that's decent. We have poison, increased damage against poison enemy. We have Night Invader. I haven't played Iron Eye in forever. I haven't played Iron Eye in like forever. Bird Enjoyer playing Iron Eye. Wait, what boss is it? Oh gosh. This rot buildup when below max HP is not fun. Oh. Fucking walk in and I'm dead, dude. Oh, shoot. I want to upgrade my bow. Well, actually, I can do it after. I can kill these enemies here. That might be enough. Oh, thank you. Dude, it's like he read my mind. Unless I stole that. Unless he was giving that to the clues, but... Guard counters. Dang it. I'm gonna die to a freaking slime. Dude, my do I have reduced flask restoration or something? Oh, I do. It feels bad, man. Oh yeah, but it's not... Yeah, it does feel pretty bad. At least the max HP status buildup stuff is not like 99% health. Okay, I guess I'll just ult. I should have ulted down there, but... Here we go. Do the Night Invader camp too. I think I have Night Invader. I do, yeah. Oh wait, I have a Stone Sword key. Yeah, let's not fight that moose. Can I poison him? I don't know. I'm surprised I didn't die there. I don't know why I'm killing these guys. Let's go to the castle. Yeah, the Night Invaders are so much easier. God, this fucking... My flask is horrible, though. Oh, goodness. Going down to the bottom. Should have leveled up again. Only level 6. Ooh, a serpent bow. Night tide damage. Gotta be careful of that. Oh wait, he got one too. I don't think he has anything that crazy. Oh, I was so close to saving me. Alright. I don't really have much, like... I don't have much damage increase, but that's okay, I guess. I need damage negation at full health. Oh. We got the ult back so fast there. Defeating enemies, like, fills the arcade just so good. My flasks are trash. Yeah. Alright. Not bad. Well, does my team have Night Invaders? No, they don't. But... Like down? And then we could go up and get that church. My flask even gonna heal me to full. Dude, my flask is so bad. It's kind of incredible, actually, how bad it is. Yeah, sure, sure, Oro. Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, I am made of paper after all, so... Nice ult. Yes, we just... Good job, guys. Ooh, ranged weapon attacks. I think our boy wants a jellyfish shield. I don't think he's getting it, though. Wasting so much time on this camp. We're already in pretty good shape, I think. I don't know. I'm not too worried about it. I feel like we should have taken the tree up to the church, though, but this is okay. Is it a Deathrite bird at the top? I wish I could proc poison on him. That's unfortunate. Oh man, oh nice. I really need to get damage negation at full health. Dude, Recluse is just shredding. God, Recluse is so good, man. Like the best fucking character in the game, honestly. Maybe he wants jump attacks, I don't know. No, Duchess is really good. I mean, she has the best dodge in the game, and I would say her ability is like kind of similar to Iron Eye's Mark. Surely Recluse wants that. That's like 18% damage. Pretty huge. Stars of Ruin, go Burr. No. Recluse. God damn it, dude. Does this guy have another key? Holy shit, how many fucking keys do we got? My goodness. You'd be doing even more if she took my charged sorcery item. It's okay. Maybe she's just has all increased damage already. She didn't look at it though, so I'm pretty sure she would have wanted it. On the edge, but I think we can swing it. I think we can pull it out. I checked her relics. Team? What? Dude, what is going on? What is this lag? Hello? What the fuck was that, bro? Dude, if Recluse just came over and attacked the fucking Omen, we would have killed it in 2 seconds. Ah, goddamn. What is going on? Alright, well, if Recluse stays alive, she should be able to absolutely just demolish the dogs with Stars of Ruin. So... Yeah, I can give her some Starlight Shards. Yeah, it's alright. We didn't get the Omen. Whatever. Not that big of a deal. I don't know who should have the Wending Grace. Wilder, you want to take both? Well, yeah, well, okay, whatever. Your ult is best for res. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Wilder can get through like a 3 bar so much faster than I can, though. Any poison? Oh, I should not have done this. This was fucking stupid, dude. I don't know why I just did that. I was like, oh, there's 3 dogs stacked up. Still not even full health. That's crazy. That dog is so close to being procced on, dude. Come on, Mark proc. No way. Oh, shit. Oh, and I lost the mark. This reduced flask restoration is like not okay, dude. Alright, the mark should be close to going off. Never mind, I really wanted to hit the mark. There we go. I love healing twice to get to full health. What the fuck was that sound? Good job, team. I did alright. Not great. That one's okay, but I really don't like resist down. It's so annoying how you can get like a relic that's really good, but the curses can just completely screw you. All right, hold on. I'll be back in a sec. All right. Are we playing with Oro now? I know he wanted to play. Wait, did he call me? Is there anything special about Deb 4? Not really. Honestly, this mode, I mean, this mode's fun, but it's kind of like half-baked. It's basically just like more damage and more health. This is what I have. I don't know. Iron Eye is okay. I'm not that big of a fan of Iron Eye, though. What's up, buddy?
Oh, hello. How's it going, man? Good to see you.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I was about to say, it's been a hot minute, dude. How you been?
Pretty good. Addicted to Night Rain for some reason.
Yeah. No, it's fun, dude. I'm sorry. The Deep at Night is fun. Even if it's like sort of lazy, I find it really fun.
Yeah, I agree.
Let me invite you. I was 50 points away from depth 4 last night, and
Oh no.
yeah, I'm not there anymore.
Wait, how close are you?
What the heck?
Not getting
I
Hades 2 today?
am
Yeah, we'll see.
50 points away now.
Oh,
Or
okay.
not 50, 500, sorry.
Oh, still not
Missed
that
a
bad.
0. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. I'm close. Couple wins that we're just about to get. And I just needed the disc carry.
Yeah, I got you. Surely.
No. I'm gonna get myself. I've been doing so good. It's my shit teammates dragging me down. The recluse in your game who's just like, nah, I'm not gonna hit that. Iron Eye in my game who hugs the floor. Yeah, that's definitely not my fault. I'm impervious to blame.
Oh, man.
I invited you.
Oh, all right. So are we doing? Is that the plan?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
If you're down,
Yeah, I'm done.
bird enjoyer. Oh fuck.
Bird and Wilder, surely that's...
I could switch to
Oh, you can
to
play
like
whatever you
Recluse.
want.
You want to do a nasty combo? I mean, if you're gonna play bird, I might as well play like someone squishy with a fuck ton of damage, right?
Whatever you want, honestly. I'm down. I don't care. So, yeah,
You're gonna
duo
play
is
bird?
scary. Yeah, I'll do one as bird. I've got a nice like build for bird. I don't really.
Duo is a little scary.
Yeah.
If you want, we could queue up for trios. Just 2 of us, then get a rando.
Whichever you want. I'm
feel a
down
little
for
safer
either.
with that for sure.
If you want to hit depth 4, that might be better.
Yeah, I do want to hit depth 4. All right, we'll do 3. All right. And then yeah, I'll play Wilder. That sounds good. And let's be honest, there's gonna be a squishy boy. Let me
All right, we'll just go with this.
I would ask if you
guess.
want to join in the streams, but I don't know if I want to.
Like stream together, or what do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean we can. Whatever you want.
I mean, I'll definitely take a big slice of your viewers, like a leech. 100%. No, I'm just kidding. Your chat scares me with the planks. You're literally gonna kill my chatting experience. I don't know if it's worth it.
That might be true.
Your chat is so fucking weird. I love it, but I don't understand it still. They were just spamming H earlier.
Hey, K Witty.
What is happening?
Oh, Elden Ring.
So funny, dude. I actually love it. No, I think I'll we'll keep the stream separate for now.
Sounds good.
I like the cat emotes. I do. I have a cat of my own. It's very cute.
Yo, Cleopatra, thank you for the sub.
This doesn't have like cats on the stream, so I'm like, where the cat is coming from?
I just like
They gotta be
cats. We're
coming
gonna
from
get a
somewhere.
cat at some point.
Yeah, you need to. I told you. Like, come on, dude. This is the best thing in your life, dude. Little kitty. Or a big fat kitty. Whatever. Can't believe you're playing Guardian after you talk so much shit about him.
I did talk a lot of shit about Guardian.
Guardian
I think
got
that's
poised right here.
I think that's why I'm like,
Jesus. Happy birthday. Why you're so like what? Want to play?
why I
him so
play him
much?
so much. Yes.
Yeah.
I feel bad. He's much better in Deep of Night, but
He's insane in Deep of Night. He can
It's
be
just-
really good.
yeah, some bosses though you just can't guard counter very well. It's the main issue.
Do you stack guard counter damage? What's your build on it?
Yeah, for the most part. I've got some like the damage negation. Oh, I just took that from the quiz.
Recluse is everything, dude. It's like a druid
Yeah.
in World of Warcraft. It's like, do I want this? You can. I want this staff. I want this and this and this. Fuck Recluse. I want stuff too. Ooh, hello. Who we
The
fighting?
game louder? No, it shouldn't
Past.
be.
Ew. I'll take that.
I got a fire halberd. That's good.
That's not bad.
You run Everjail?
Yep, always.
Okay.
It's OP.
You have the key start then?
Yep.
Gotcha.
I gotta check out your relics.
Yeah, they're
So
okay.
curious.
I have some like I had an insane build, but it had near death reduces max health, and it just was driving me crazy. Because you just die and you're just like, now you're just one hit for a minute straight.
Damn. That's a little sad. I don't know. On Guardian, that doesn't seem too bad though, because you can just like play like a little bitch, you know.
Yeah, but
Like,
it's
you can just
still
block
just
it up.
like one mistake and you're down again.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually one I mind the least out of all the bad ones, I gotta say.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt it really, like really badly one match. And I just wanted to take it off. Sometimes it's not
That's
too
fair.
bad. If you're not going
That's
down, it's
totally
fine.
I mean, what are you dying to? What is the great disc dying to? Playing guard. You're invincible.
Not in depth
Say
4.
that. Depth 4, you every fucking one shot. Oh, speaking of that, are we in depth 3? We are.
Oh yeah.
Okay. No, don't lose. Uh-oh. You got him. The buff to, oh shit. The Wilder's grapple, his mini grapple is so fucking good, dude.
Yeah.
It's actually insane.
Yeah, it counts as like
$7
2 hits, like melee
for
hits.
successive and stuff, yeah. But yeah, they
Can't
buffed
hear
that bleed,
aura?
it's like 1 proc.
All right, let me
That's
turn down the
weird.
game.
That's a weird problem for
I
anyone.
don't know why the game got louder all of a sudden. Oh, it's because I have my headphones on. Yeah.
Take that.
Hold on, let me turn on.
It's probably for the best that they can't hear me, honestly. Just yapping about nerdy shit. Nothing important. Oh.
I'm playing with headphones on right now, Chad.
Fuck it. Hard boss, we gotta bunk. Get more damage. What are we thinking? Do you think castle?
Yeah, probably just castle.
Okay. We got Rot Forest, that'll be super fun. Yeah, we definitely gotta do get castle out of the way then.
There's no mine here. So sad.
I know, it's the only bad thing about the Rot Forest. My mines. I yearn for him. Where am I gonna go now? Dude, are you having a video game meltdown like I am?
What? Just because so many new releases, or?
Yeah, it's just psycho, dude.
Yeah.
It's like too many games.
Yeah, I've been streaming like so much, trying to get through everything. I want to
This
play
month is
Hades
so
2.
stupid. Oh yeah, Hades 2
Well.
1.0. Oh fuck! No,
Oh.
it's our boy.
Mr. Bellbearing?
She's doing it. Oh boy, it's bell bearing.
Is he normal at least?
Yeah, but
Can we just run?
yeah,
Will she run?
100%.
Alright, she's running.
Okay, good. she fucking pebbled him, and I was like, yeah, maybe we don't do it. She had shattering crystal or some shit. Fuck yeah, but so I really think we should stay castle and just clear it. But
Yeah, we could do that.
she wants to do this.
Do you have a
Evergel.
key, I guess? Yeah. Alright.
Fine. I'm so scared to go against the randoms because they're like fragile. You know, like one fucking thing and it's like has left this world and they're just gone. I'm like,
You know,
oh.
I think I've only ever had one match where people left, but
Yeah?
I've just been lucky. Yeah, surprisingly. But I guess I haven't played like a crazy amount with other people. With
Let's see.
randoms.
I've been playing a lot with randoms lately. I don't get too many levers, but it does happen. So I'm just like so scared. I'm like, I'll do anything. Sure, you're king, absolutely king. Do you want damage negation at full?
Sure.
Here. Take that.
Oh, she took
She
it.
just
That's
took
fine.
it. Fucking little loot goblin. Holy. You should have been quicker. Hesitation is defeat after all. That's so fucking good, dude. Hey, you're too slow. All right, now we will sit and patiently wait.
Oh my god. All right.
She's
Come
coming.
on, Storm.
You got it, Storm. Unleash the storm. Do it. It's Bofa! Oh, that's like my life, though. It's not gonna matter.
Oh! Oh, your ult's getting me.
You're welcome. I knew you would die.
Holy shit.
This fucking sucks. Oh, I don't know if this is even worth it, dude.
Yeah, well, we're committed to it now.
Yeah. Nice, nice, nice. So stupid. Yeah, I'm literally tickling them. I think my grapple does more damage than my main weapon.
Yeah, Castle would have been like so much better.
Yeah. I mean, she got her tower, at least.
Yeah. It's
But,
okay. I mean,
yeah, we're not doing castle. We can maybe run to it and get a little bit of it done after this.
maybe we just do that invader camp.
Yeah. Maybe Dave.
Although, yeah, we could do the world bosses.
I think that's smarter.
Yeah.
I should get that, huh?
Oh, I don't want HP loss, man. Otherwise, it's good.
There's one like right here.
Yeah.
She wants to get the flask.
I don't know about the
What do you
moves.
think? We'll get the flask first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now she's not going for it. Where's she going? Just leaving.
She's got places to be, man.
Bitch, you pinged it. You pinged this. I'm already committed, dude. I'm getting this flask. Yeah, Moose is annoying as heck.
Oh, let's go into the mine here.
Good idea. That'll actually be huge for me. Oh. You have a, oh, you have the fire halberd. That'll be really good.
Yeah.
She's sort of doing her own thing.
That's alright.
Oh no, she's up with us. She's behind you. Oh, he's red. Shit.
The pumpkin hub?
No, no, no. It's the knight. Bye. Oh god, die faster. Oh, some more. I gotta get that.
Oh, Godslayer Greatsword.
Ah, fuck. Shit.
I can drop it
Yeah.
for you.
You had to. You had to. We'll get another one. We'll get another
Yeah.
one. That's like guaranteed win.
Yeah, I figured that would be better. I was tempted, but it's better for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, yeah. That's one of literally the best things to use against this stupid mon. Okay. Invader.
Yeah, we could probably take the invader. Oh, where we should bait it.
I'm a
Like by the
PvP
front.
master. Duchess and Recluse. Oh boy. On me. Watch out, the Recluse shooting you in the back. Wow, that does so much damage. It's good thing there's no PvP in this game. Oh god! This is fucking bad. Can you get her?
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Stay. I got her. Time to run.
Oh no.
Oh fuck, I jumped! No!
Oh, he's ulting.
Okay. This is fucked. We gotta just go. I'm sorry, I'm making an executive decision here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna die anyways.
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna let myself die because I'm gonna have no
Might be
flasks.
better for flasks, yeah. Mistakes were made.
It's okay, I think.
It is okay, maybe. I think. We got Smelter. Should be fine.
Is the game sound okay now? By the way, chat. Did I fix it? Is it better?
Oh, stressy, dude.
Oh, it's Smelter.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, she just got 3 pip. That's really fucking bad.
Yeah, she just needs to stay alive. That
Don't
reset.
bad. And then I'm gonna help you. You a bitch. Okay, she's up.
We're doing. I don't know. This Smelter fight is gonna take fucking forever.
It is gonna take a very long time, and I have no flasks and poison. Yay, fire damage against the fireball.
I think I can freeze it at least.
You can. You should be able to. You know if you can frostbite him in Dark Souls 2?
Is Frost even a thing in DS2?
That was a trick question, and you passed. True Dark Souls 2 enjoyer. Distortion, everybody, mark it down.
Oh,
That follow up. Classic. Yeah, this is taking a while, huh?
yeah, a little bit.
I'm not dead. I think we can do it. It's just gonna take a bit.
Yeah.
Invader camp was not our brightest idea, I gotta say.
I think it was doable. It was just, it was close.
It was only us two. Oh, that was so
I can ult for you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Oh my god, I'm in iframes. I'm not getting the healings. No! Fuck, I fucked myself. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I didn't need your healing anyways. In fact, I wanted the fire to hit me, to burn me more. Recluse is gonna have Hurl. That's gonna give our HP back again. I'm not meaning to take that from you because yours is definitely gonna do more.
I don't know.
I white Wilder's great sword. You definitely will.
I just got a blue right now. So.
Nice. Aw, don't go blue. Don't go fucking Dorito mode.
He's thinking about it.
He's going Cool Ranch mode. Yep, fucking motherfucker. I die slowly now. Dude, we all die slowly now. Fuck, dude, this is so bad. Oh, thank God.
I'm gonna ult.
Please do. Oh my God. Oh my God, you're gonna save me from the poison. Yes, thank you. Oh, I ran back into it, but I got you. Perfect. That couldn't have come at a better time. Dude, bird up! Insane. So hard.
This is depth 3 too.
Yeah. Not even depth of form.
You'll get revenge.
Yeah, let's fuck him up. Oh my God. Fuck yeah, Yui, let's do it. Oh God, they're behind us!
No!
Look at assassinate!
Oh God,
Dude,
Storm's.
did you get your runes?
Yeah, I got my runes.
Okay, thank God.
Storm, you can do it.
Storm.
Oh, this invader camp. Dude, where did they come from? It was just like.
I don't know, dude. They were behind you instantly. I was like, oh, what the fuck?
And then we have the freaking knight like blasting us with arrows.
Yeah,
Oh
that was
my
bad.
goodness.
That was bad. Fucking hell. How long you playing for?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you mind if I get my friend in here after?
Dude, what are these glintstones?
I got you.
Okay. This is horrible. I hate this.
Welcome to every PvP gang squad.
Dude!
Oh, what? Wait, okay, wait. Night Witch with infinite FP cheating whore. Oh, I'm dead. Oh my God, she missed. Oh my God. What? Yeah.
Yeah. I guess.
No.
Okay, maybe let's just go to the castle. Let's just get our six and go.
Yeah, this is not it. The Red Mane Knight sniping us too.
Yeah, it's just if it wasn't the knight, like Red Mane Knight, it would be fine.
Yeah. This is so sad.
Yeah, it'll be okay.
It will be okay. All right. So castle time. Oh my lord.
It's not even gonna try to loot it. Run.
Run. Oh shit, that could actually be good. No! I'm
No!
so stupid.
Oro, why do you guys?
I saw there was a bolus.
Why are you guys still there?
There was a neutralizing bolus. I'm dead. It's fine. Just go. I thought I could just stop by the storm.
Yeah, stop by the store.
Just a quick little pickup. Oh fuck me, dude. This is so sad.
Did you didn't lose your runes, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I might though. No! Please! I have to kill a thing for it. No. Oh my God. I actually lost all my runes. There it is. This will de-level. Oh, that's all my runes too. That's not even like, oof.
And it's
Yeah,
a bell
I'm gonna give
bearing
up.
hunter.
I'm gonna give up. Oh,
Oh right, we
dude.
knew it was a
Oh,
bell bearing
man.
hunter. No, you're not gonna give up, Oro. We're gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
It's fine. It's fine.
We'll bring it back.
Everything's fine.
We'll bring it back.
It's a minor setback.
It's a minor setback.
This
Should
is the
we-
worst run I've ever had. Just that camp.
That camp was so bad.
I'm getting blasted with recluse one-shots in the back. I'm getting shot with rain of arrows from the fucking archer. There's like 5 one-shot red knights chasing me. Oh my god. The rock guys are throwing pebbles from below me somehow. That shit's fucking crazy. I'm coming. Oh my god, dude. We're bringing it back. Dude, I have Godslayer Great Sword. It doesn't even matter what happens, dude. I can be level 1. The
Yeah.
Bumblebot's still gonna die. What's here, Christie's?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, there you go. How much causes damage? I do not love it. Okay, I'm gonna drop improved attack power at full for our girl. This is more ice storm, stance breaking. I don't know if you want that, probably.
Good.
God, that does look fun. Sorry, knocked his head.
I'm dead.
Got you. Ooh, max HP.
Anders.
Ah, this is a hard one. I think I want increased max HP. Also affinity. Yeah, I'm gonna get affinity. Nah, I'm coming. Do we want to kill BBH now or?
We could go down and do them now that you're here, yeah.
Yeah, we could do. You down?
Yeah.
You want to kill the courtyard or him first?
Well, we're gonna
do
get
him
back
first.
up there anyways, right?
Yep. Yep. I believe.
Alright, I can commander standard here.
Do it. She got the buff. Nice. Huge. Going for the buff. You can block all that.
Yeah, it does. It does a lot. No, it's blue. Oh. Shit. Row.
I'll get you. Got you.
Thank you. I'm gonna ult him.
Okay. I'm gonna just go ham. Keep it up. Okay, we're good.
Oh. Didn't think he was
Change
facing me.
directions. He did. He wasn't. He was facing recluse. Uh oh. Oh, very nice. I'm gonna do something incredibly fucking stupid.
Oh no.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I was also did something really stupid.
You know, we really shouldn't have done something stupid at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. That's gonna blow up on us. Look at that. Like half a bar.
Honestly,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't,
dagger,
dude. Just
dagger,
let
you
me,
got me, girlie.
just let me fucking
Yeah.
die at this point.
Yeah, you just need to fucking go. Yeah.
I just
What
get
is
too
this
greedy,
run?
man. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, it's fine though. We're okay.
Yep. I'm just taking my time to get here. There he is. Damn. Bunk him. Take care of him.
Our recluse is doing.
Just staying alive. We're throwing.
Well, we have a ton of runes now, at least.
Yep, that's huge. Oh my god, level 11. Just like that, we're back. We're back in. We'll kill the rest of these guys and we're sort of set. I think we're sort of skipping the rock forest here.
Yeah.
Which is bad because we're gonna have the rot debuff.
Well, maybe we can at least get the buff.
Find it.
Yeah.
She got moon, dude. That's huge.
Maybe we just go to Rotwoods now and try to get that buff. I don't know.
That might be a good idea. Yeah. I think I'm down for that. Oh wow, you are a good teammate. Do you want to clear these out or just this guy?
I think we should probably just go to the woods
Yeah, I think
before it
it's
gets
time.
too late.
Yeah. It's gonna be past my bedtime. My parents are gonna yell at me. No, girlie, let's just go.
Yeah, let's not do the.
Maybe no?
No,
Fuck,
no.
would you fuck on? Yeah. I'm eyeing him like he's a snack though. I want that one. I don't see it over there. Wait, it's faint, but maybe actually. No, we would see it. It's not there.
Well, then we gotta go here, right?
Yeah. Yep. Damn it. What was it?
It was Dagger Talisman.
Okay, it's probably gonna be better for you. Is it closing in? Oh, fuck. Yep, it's there. I hate this one, dude. I hate this one.
It's in such a spot.
Oh, yep, the pest all fucking shotgun me instantly. Very cool, very cool. I love that. Oh, this is so stupid. Okay, I got it. I live, bitch. Can we kill a boss? Can we kill this guy? Oh.
Yeah, we could probably get that
Fucking
one
live.
at least.
Oh god, Death Ray Bird, fuck off. Oh my god, I almost died.
Ooh.
I'm gonna grab this. Oh,
What's-
side of grace.
That's a good idea.
And then, yeah. I don't know if we're gonna have time for this, but I feel like we should at least try.
Recluse should do big damage here.
I think so. Like a death smoke or two really fucks him up if he sits still. Big if.
Yeah.
Now here. Oh, he fucking ran away from my phone.
I'm gonna ult.
I don't think we have time for this.
No.
Yeah. This is getting officially fucking stupid.
Yeah. Oh, and I got grabbed. Oh god, we both got grabbed.
We both did. Oh, dude. I don't think I've got grabbed by that since my first playthrough.
I don't know how I even got grabbed.
What is happening?
Can I get down? Storm, just die.
Yeah, seriously. Oh, dude, we might be fucked. I don't know if we can get these runes back. I think we're down a level too.
No, we're gonna get it back. We can get it back.
Can we though?
Yeah, we can just. Well, if you go right now,
we have
yeah,
to do
yeah.
it right now. Yep. But then we're down. Oh, it's just magma worm. Yeah, I think we can go over here. I thought we were good. What the fuck? This random's probably like, dude, these guys fucking suck. Have they ever played Elden Ring before?
All right, so now we kill the tree spirit, right?
No, bad dis. I got one shot by him. Stop. Trust me, my goblin mask, my green fucking Ouroboros goblin mask is saying yes. Kill the tree spirit. What's the worst that could happen? Fuck the recluse, who cares? She's a random. No.
Dude, he keeps dead angling me.
Blocking this thing is super fun.
Yeah, I keep getting dead angled by
Yep.
It's driving me crazy.
That's why I don't even bother. I'm like, yeah, mega worm, fuck it. Two-handed worm. It's so annoying. Can you tell the increased like range of the guards?
What do you mean?
It's like a bigger cone now.
Oh yeah.
Area.
Yeah, it definitely like helps a decent bit.
I think we're gonna be just fine.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
not
so.
gonna mad. Just gonna do what I can. Like really, we have so much damage. We got the moon. I got Godslayer motherfucking great sword. That is really not good passives. Oh, she's doing something. No? She's gonna do something stupid. Oh no, she's just a little
Changed
bit.
her mind.
You know what? Maybe not. Yeah. Maybe I don't want to hop into the day 3. She chose life. She fucking did. That was crazy, actually. Let's double check.
Oh, he's got a stone.
Oh shit, there you go.
My fire halberd.
Brilliant. Oh, I don't have enough for starlights, dude. This is so sad. Do you have any for starlights? Oh, she had some.
Yeah, I gave her some.
Okay. I mean, she doesn't need it. She doesn't need it. Okay, let's do it.
All right. I have Black Flame Tornado, so when they're like on top,
Oh,
and
dude,
the moth
that's gonna be
starts
insane.
riding.
I mean, it depends on which version, right?
Yeah, that's true.
It's gonna be better for Everdark, I think. Come on, I'm hoping for Everdark, actually. Nope. Yeah, that's fine.
Does he roar at the beginning?
No. Phase 2 he does. Oh, you bitch. I'm a little sloppy. Down he goes, that bitch.
I can buff us. Well,
Sure. Thank you. Oh, she's on me. Nice. Huge damage, huge healing. And that's so good just to throw out.
yeah, that
Save us
saves so
blast.
much healing. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we get the stun. There we go, phase 2. So I thought. I was just being an asshole. There we go. Oh, you got something on you there? Nah, this is the wrong. Oh, she's gonna die. Oh, insane recluse dodges. Place her on me. I'm gonna bonk him. Didn't give a fuck for a second. Nice. I'm going ape shit. Oh my god. Okay, how is that bug not fucking down? I got her. Don't worry about her, okay?
Oh. Oh, jeez.
I got you.
No, he's got it.
Dude, we're doing so much damage. Oh, he's one-shot me. Oh my god. Thank you.
I got you, buddy. My god, how many times are you gonna fucking charge?
Let's do it like 3 times. Okay, he's dead. Nice job. We did it.
Wasn't the cleanest run, but you know, we did it.
We did. That was such a fucking disaster. Dude. You know, those are the most fun runs, though. I find. Where
Yeah.
It's just like it's just fucking all falls apart. Everything gets psycho. Like disaster. But I mean, we still won like easily. You know.
Yeah, if it was Everdark, I don't know, but
Yeah, if it was Everdark, we might have had some issues, but even then, dude, this sword does so much fucking damage to those bugs, like it shits on them.
yeah. All right. What do you need? One more match? Two?
2.
Gotcha.
We're gonna get Yui in here if you don't mind.
Okay, sure.
He's gonna join up. One second. All right, do call.
If he's playing Wilder, I feel like the frostbite bonuses don't really matter anyways. Because he's just going to constantly be resetting the frost. Do Relic
Yeah, 2
Gamba.
more.
I'm not going to get shit.
Exciting. Dist, I heard your stream
Yo,
title
yo, yo.
still says you're playing with randos. It's sort of fucked up. Hi, Yui.
What's up? What's up? What's going on?
Hello,
How's
man.
it going? I don't know if you've ever
Not
met
bad, not
Dist.
bad.
This is my friend
We-
Dist.
We know each other. We
Hey,
haven't
Dist.
played before, though.
Yeah, we haven't
There
played
you
video.
go. Well, Yui's
We've
freaking great.
engaged.
You guys are both.
I tried.
great.
I try my best. Okay, give me a
Together
second. I just
some-
wanna have you guys come through the stream.
Okay. I was so hard stuck at depth 3 that I invited the 2 best players I know to carry me.
Is resetting the frost,
You too.
frost good?
Clickbait, real.
I don't know.
Possible
Like the thing
challenge.
is, if you have attack power up against frostbited enemies, when you reset it, you
Let me,
lose out on
invite
like
you.
There we go.
you.
Should be good.
You're basically losing out on like 50% more damage.
Cool, cool, cool. Hello.
Because frostbite itself gives 20% more damage,
are you on
and
the
then
game?
if you have the 2 frostbite relic effects, it's like
Yes.
50 or 60%.
But give me a
Mouse
second.
work? Okay.
Try again.
Raging against technology. I got you.
Hell yeah. So what are you playing, gents?
Whatever you want, baby.
I
I am playing Guardian.
I'm on the Duchess right now, so this could be actually we could use some. I don't know. Iron Eye or Duchess? What do you guys want?
Well, this is gonna play the bird because he's broken.
I like Bird.
I am flexible, but obviously I prefer Wilder. Yeah, if you play a squish with big damage, it's perfect.
Okay, we'll play a game with the Duchess. See what's going on.
Fucking do it.
If you find some shattering crystal, just let me know.
I'm actually gonna keep it for myself for my int-based Wilder build. This is my build. They let me do this.
I'm gonna cry now.
Let's do it. You
Should
okay?
just
Whoa,
brief
whoa.
and just like keep every wrong weapon.
You guys, okay. Dist is depth 4. You're depth 5. I'm depth 3. This is crazy. Depth
It
4,
balances out.
evened out.
Yeah, it'll put us in depth 4, I imagine.
Okay. Gaping Jaw. I'm gonna go Iron Eye. No. Yeah. We got the tank. I'm actually gonna go Poison Iron Eye. Yeah. Oh fuck. Can I see the relics I have equipped right now?
Yeah. Just click the wait.
No, I can't. Well, I hope I got the right
Did you
one.
cancel? Did you clock in?
No, it's fine.
Okay. You'll figure it out.
I'll figure it out. It's fine.
I'm just gonna keep every bow for myself.
No. If it has improved sorceries and it's like a basic bitch bow, you bet I'm keeping that. Like, you know, if I was playing like a sorcery character. Out of spite.
Understandable.
Yeah, Yui plays this game a lot.
The player you played with is the best. No wonder you're stuck in D3. Wow.
Damn.
Listen, this just had a bad run, okay?
That last run was rough.
I saw that was rough.
But you know,
Funny, dude.
we persevered.
Some interesting judgment calls from both of us.
That's a
all.
memorable wonder.
It is.
Yeah.
It's one
I
of
feel like
those.
it's more
Success
fun
and
when
tax.
you're being greedy. Oh yeah, you can have success
agree.
sometimes.
I totally agree.
We're just gonna
And,
pretend that it wasn't, you know, throwing on purpose for
I
content.
can't use it. Yeah, of course not. Of course not. See, that's how they get you, dude. Like, oh wow, like, oh, even the best fall down sometimes.
And Hoarfrost
Yeah.
Stomp is so OP. I actually got a good
Makes it
Hoarfrost
relatable.
Stomp relic for
Yes, it's so
Revenant,
relatable,
I think.
right? And everyone else is the best too, and they're dying, and they're like, wow, maybe I'm not so bad, even though they are. Perfect.
Crazy.
I'm getting the bugs. I heard the twinkle, and they called me, so I'll be right there.
That does make sense.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
I died.
He's cooked.
I got one shot in the back. This is so sad.
Can't even see what's
Making
happening.
interesting.
Now this is actually the strat. If we just like alternate being bad at the game, this is gonna make it interesting enough so we don't just like steamroll.
Yeah, we need to keep it entertaining for people.
I'll throw the next boss.
Okay, you're at the. Okay, got it. What bow is that? Is that any good?
It has ranged weapon attack on it.
It has range weapon attacks. I mean, I'm gonna keep it for
interested.
myself.
No, I don't think so.
I got a Death's Perko
Someone shot me. Where's that fucking thing?
for now.
Where do we want to go?
We can go get the charge, I guess. I don't know, since we're close.
Yeah.
Okay. Who we
Or
fighting?
get to the next one. I want to get to that Rise and that Fort because I need me a Shattering Crystal or a Carrion Slice, so that could do fine. Who are you fighting? Gaping Jaw.
Keeping jaw. Okay,
Going back to
that's
Depth 4 today? Yeah, we're Depth 4 gaming.
sort of not worth it.
Who is I'm bad.
I just want 99991s, and then I can fuck around forever. That's all I want.
I
Is that
honestly
so
haven't
hard?
even bothered doing that.
No.
No. I'm just like
wanna do
playing
it.
in at Depth 5. Not really trying to grind the max.
I'm a
Just
sick
testing
puppy,
out
I'm
builds
gonna
once
do
I
it.
got there. Build testing stuff.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you gotta
Hoarfrost Stomp
find
is
viable. Yeah, Hoarfrost
it's so
Stomp is insane,
good.
right?
Are we doing this
Hoarfrost
camp or?
Stomp, Bloodblade. Yeah. I'm
Could.
down.
Okay.
Did you grab that bow or?
I didn't pick it up now. I was just checking. I'm still there.
You know, I should really go grab it, huh?
Maybe.
It's a little far. I'm gonna grab it later.
But this bow is here though, so you should be fine.
Yeah, I'll be fucking fine.
And there's 2 ballistas come out of this one place that I had above.
Come.
Damage negation of full HP on that shield, by the way. If anyone wants that.
I fucking want on you.
Oh, on the merchant?
It's not the merchant. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Buy that.
Can we all buy it?
Yeah.
We can, yeah. I'm just a little bored boy right now. Actually, that's a lie. Never mind.
Oh, I'm dead.
I'm here, I'm helping. I got you.
Huge.
There we go. Poison iron.
Easy.
Good. Golden halberd. Improve physical damage, successful guarding on poison, paired affinity. Do you want it?
Sure.
There you go, you're welcome.
Improved affinity is like one of the best things to get with the guard. You still take so much elemental damage from blocking.
Yeah, it's,
It's crazy.
negative though. But
That was
it'll be
negative?
fine.
Oh shit.
Yeah. It'll be fine.
I don't like that. What am I running? Do I have...
Oh,
I have
so-
Everjail. I don't have Night Invader. I'm kind of throwing.
Yeah, Night Invader's so good. I have Evergel as well. Wait, actually, I don't even think I do. No, not in this one.
I don't have a key.
It's fine.
This build is gonna be good. Yeah, surely.
What's the Lake boss here? It's
a
Tish.
Black Knife Assassin.
Black Knife. We can kill him. Want to bully her
Where
real
the
quick?
storm's closing in though, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if we have
It's a
time.
red one.
Ew, maybe
Getting
not.
pretty tanky.
Fire damage.
Kind of struggling. Oh god, I honestly, I thought you guys were behind me. I'm not gonna lie.
We're close.
Oh, you started fighting her?
No, once I killed the scarab.
Oh, I think I'm dead. Oh my god. That was a risky shot of my life. Okay. We'll go
That
back.
was fine.
Where should we go? I actually don't really
Probably-
know
I
with
was
this
gonna go
circle.
run this rise, but I guess we can just go.
Oh yeah, castle's out, dude. Fuck.
Yeah, we
Maybe
could.
some more
I guess.
bosses.
I don't know.
Like here.
I mean, we can go to the poison ruins because we can get a poison weapon for this boss, and so you have the damage up against poisoned enemies, right?
Yep.
So we could find some stuff there, maybe.
Yeah.
help
I mean,
you
I'm
out.
gonna max
Do you have
out
a poison
this
weapon
bow.
or no?
Yeah, I have a poison bow. I just need to go into
Okay.
the mines.
Okay, well we can go.
We could do that
just wait
later.
till the top then.
You guys got the rise?
I got the rise. Yeah, I'm just,
Okay.
hopefully
okay.
I find a shattering crystal.
I'll come up.
I'll try to
check
find
for you.
one.
Yep.
Oh, you guys are so great. I didn't find one. I'm just gonna pick up the starlight shards down below.
Okay. Here it is.
Nope.
Nope.
That's fine. You guys tried. I appreciate it.
Yeah, nothing, dude.
It's a wonder.
Hey, Pepperidge.
I literally clicked the heal button and nothing happened. I'm not gonna lie there. Maybe I just missed it. I probably just missed the button.
You fat fingered.
Maybe I did.
Happens to the best of us.
I kind of
Are
fell
we doing
off.
this
I should've
poison room?
Yeah, I think that's probably
Oh, this one,
better
yeah.
than
Honestly, I
trying.
Oh gosh.
I didn't even see that one.
Here, little beetle though. Calling my name.
I'm not gonna be playing Dark Souls 2 just because you give me bits. That's not gonna happen.
Archery favor. Burb. Also here. Take this too.
I got a warrior jar shard.
I'm not about to pick that up, honestly.
I think we're actually all good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what am I doing, chat? This
Fine,
is
I'm
kind of
using
a rough
Bifrost.
circle.
I'm never gonna make this thing purple anyway. If I find Shattering Crystal or any other decent spell, will be fine.
Hopefully. Never happens every time.
That is true.
Okay, yep, poison mark's still good.
It is still the best on slot, even though it's not that bad.
Yeah. That's nothing good.
It ain't the worst. Is there any place we can get a stone sword key? Well, at the top.
Yeah.
But this map hates us.
This sort of sucks. Do you mind if we
Yeah.
go
Go
to
to
the
the
right now?
tunnel.
Yeah, tunnel right now.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Oh,
We'll do
should
that.
we grab the church first, or? Church and then tunnel?
We can come double back out, or
We'll double back out. We'll double back out. Try to be efficient. Successive attacks negate damage.
I can't.
yeah, sure.
You could
thing.
use that, right? Yeah. Just for now.
I could.
There we go. Got the baby stone. Improved sorceries on the ground there. It's a little spear.
Stacking negative affinity
Thanks,
damage.
buddy.
Yup.
Yeah.
I'm always looking out. You know.
What a nice
player.
guy.
Very team oriented.
That didn't make him like you anymore, or
They really don't. They really don't.
and he's a PvPer too.
I know. It's crazy. How does he make it happen?
Not all just hate invasions. Get you a guy that can do both.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's so attractive.
Oh, baby. This
Do we want to
dude
try to
anything
do
about
the?
this
Do
dude?
we want to try to do the invader camp? I was
Yeah.
zoning out.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, sure, why not? What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah.
It could be like a red main camp or something.
No way.
I mean, that one over there is a chariot, so it might still be a chariot because I don't think you can get multiple
It is
different red
chariot.
ones, right? Yeah. Cool.
There's a recluse. I'm just gonna alter. Oh shit! Wait, where are you guys?
I'm not near you.
I took like a long way.
I took a very long
detour.
way.
It was all part of the plan. Is like have you take the aggro.
I'm getting attacked by the people.
Oh, all right. Blasted
Oh,
through the
I'm
wall.
coming. I'm
Nice.
just very, very, very. Yeah, you're gonna have to save him.
Does this still make you invis? You get up? I don't think so. That'd be too convenient.
Okay, I'm here. I'm helping. Oh, she one-shot me the second I got here. Okay, we got time.
Okay,
we got
well,
time.
I wasn't expecting the chariot to actually explode. What happened there?
I killed it. Oh god.
Oh.
I'm
Good
trying to
pull.
just
I
keep
just
the
I didn't want us
recluses
like
going.
want it hitting us. Oh god. Alright, we got this.
Kill the recluse. Kill the recluse. The guardian one-shot me.
Oh god, there's things
Okay,
everywhere.
guardian's dead. Guardian's dead.
Okay, he's focusing.
Yep. Oh, he's on you. He's on you.
Just gotta
An
finish up this
exploding
thing
guy.
while I get distracted.
Yep. Thank you. Insane. Folks, I'm up. We got it.
Alright.
That was extremely easy.
Guardian, here you go. Really good one. You want that?
Oh yeah.
Status thing too. I'm dead again. I think it's time to just let me go.
I think our Iron Eye is briefly unlucky.
Yeah, he's not very good.
This Iron Eye
The
sucks,
best
man.
dodge in the game, but he keeps that going down.
Oh, I'm pretty dog kind of so that bitch.
that's why you dropped it.
Sorceries here.
Max HP on that. All res up. Continuous HP lost stars of ruin. Fuck. Continuous HP lost though.
That's fine.
Is it?
Yeah, it'll be alright.
It might have to
I'll
be.
figure it out. I kind of dropped my
Yeah.
successive attacks for that though, so
Well,
it has to have damage negation at full HP.
you're
I should have dropped the
committing.
other one. I actually didn't notice what I had, but
It's fine.
I'm not even at
It's
level
fine.
7, so I can't even use it either. I'll just drop it once to get into the circle.
That's a good idea.
I forgot to go level up.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Maybe
go
we could
run to
get
this thing.
A
and
regen
level up.
thing. Wait, where?
That's fine. I have another purple staff. That's a glintstone staff. That's like almost as good. Oh, it's Freya. Oh,
That's.
oh
Don't love that.
no. I don't at all. She should have stayed in Dark Souls too.
Actually. I'm
If only you had the
Enjoyer, but
defeating enemies grants attack power. It's so good just for this fight.
Yeah. I like never run it because it's like ass for like
Yeah,
everything else.
it's so situational.
The fact that like a
Easy.
bow character can like stand spike better than anyone else is kind of stupid. Not gonna lie.
No, that's fair.
I'll
That's
take
fair.
it.
Fair and balanced. As Ishizaki intended.
Dude, fucking attack me, you stupid spider.
Honestly, archers deserve this.
Yeah, after what they've been
All
through.
we can do is like push these bosses through walls.
Oh, Stars of Ruin. Sheesh.
Picking
Continuous
them up.
HP lock. I press the button.
I will you.
Thank you. Just sorry, I actually marked him, but it didn't go.
I would very much like a thrust rocket. This restage on large bosses covers like your entire screen, and I'm not happy about it. I almost got me killed, but it didn't. So sure.
It's really been a point in killing the ads in this fight.
I think they end spawn, right?
And they do, but they're spawned so quickly that
Oh,
it's like,
I was literally using a starlight shot, and she like saw that. It's crazy.
dude, I'm throwing, guys. I'm fucking throwing. I'm so sorry.
One more HP here. I can like ult. I can ult here as well, and then
Yeah, if you want to hold, we can go for the res.
Why are you only using the base ball and the rest of them? Because I didn't fucking get any. Watch
he's
out.
actually throwing. He actually did get lots. I have a ton. I'm not trying properly.
There's so many spiders.
Where's the torch still working this thing?
That would be nice.
And she like rotates for no reason in this game. It doesn't make any sense.
There we go.
You like be directly in front of her, and then she'll like just do a 180. It's like, ha, how about this side? It's like it's the same thing. Why did he turn?
I healed 2 seconds after that. That's very upsetting.
Be a blade proc video game? Oh, that hurt.
Finally.
Mark.
I'm helping.
Big damage right there. Huge. Easy game.
I brought it back.
Despite Aura's best efforts, we still won.
Triple down like 2 seconds, dude. That was bad.
Blood loss, I guess? Sure, why not?
Wow, these are fucking.
Yeah, there's nothing else I
terrible.
could benefit of.
They're so
You
bad,
look
I'm not
tired? I
picking
just
them.
woke up like a bit ago. Where's my Stars of Ruin?
Dude, I'm sorry. I hate when people say that. Streamer looks tired. Are you tired, streamer? Oh, he looks tired. Is he even enjoying the game if he's tired?
And it'd be like hard after like 8 hours as well.
I don't want to talk about it.
Nah, it's fine. I'm going to.
I got you.
That's fine, it worked
Thank
out.
you.
Where's my
Fire
bleed?
knife. You marked me. It's not fair. Holy shit.
Wait, I
so
have
much
Stars of
damage.
Ruin. I could actually use that with my Stars of Ruin.
Oh yeah, there you go. I'll look out
there's
for
no other one.
Less
regen.
likely to be targeted. Want that aura? You might need that.
There's another plus 2 blow right here. And that,
Continuous HP recovery. Right there.
Wait a minute.
What?
Darn sword key.
With HP recovery.
What does that?
I don't
Where
know.
to?
HP recovery, that's all I saw.
Projectiles launched upon charge attacks. I don't know what that even does.
Where we going?
Everjail. Maybe
go to
do
the
do the
Everjail.
bosses west of it.
Rotate around.
Okay. I'm coming.
You is 10 to 14 hours ahead. I am in the future. That is correct.
Insane.
Literally 10 a.m. What the fuck are you guys doing?
I don't know, man.
Get with the times. Improved sorceries. I said I dropped that, didn't I?
Same Orbor from YouTube? Nah, that guy fucking sucks. Don't watch his stuff. We hate him here,
Wait,
actually.
the Ouroboros?
Yeah, the Ouroboros, yeah.
Didn't that guy like fall off hard after Dark Souls 2?
He did. He did. Actually, after 1.
After 1. I'm sorry, I forgot that I had the key. I was like fucking around.
It's all good.
I'm
Oh,
upgrading
God's
my
controls.
roll.
They're not red there, so it's fine.
I got a present for him. You guys ready for this? You guys ready for this collateral on Call of Duty?
I've been hit and I've been killed.
Oh, it was worth it.
I wasn't even damaging that guy. He would have hit me. Why?
Fatty's going super mode, watch out. Oh, no. He gets stunned.
You good, Dist?
Yeah, I'm chilling.
I'm gonna like
We'll
aggro
be with you
him so
momentarily.
she do the god counter stuff.
It must be fun to actually be able to do that. You run the targeting thing?
No, I have it on one relic, but not right now.
That shit
kinda
just
broke.
does not work, dude. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, and it like works after like they've hit your shield and it's like, oh, then I'm gonna keep hitting it. But like you can actually accomplish like a very similar thing if you have like the AoE effect
Yeah.
on the passive, which is like
most
infinitely better
should
to run
have.
anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the most important shit for him because it can just stagger and
And
you
give
can
the
do
stamina
damage. And
back too, especially
Yeah.
in this mode.
it's good stuff. I was having some solo Guardian runs the other day, Death 5, and that was super rough.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's hard
I
in
can
mods.
imagine,
bad.
yeah.
Solo is like so much harder in fucking Death 5. It's like
Yeah.
so weird after like the base game. After my first one I was fine, but then trying to get this Guardian was an awful experience.
Some bosses
I
are
honestly,
just
I hate
so
his
annoying.
passive after that experience. It should honestly just be like a bubble. Like the passive should just like spawn in a bubble, and they can actually like block things, you know,
That'd be nice.
and like have your ally stand behind it, like be actual tanking stuff. That'd be super.
Maybe one
I'm
day.
actually have spells. Should be using those.
Dead Guardian dies and you start wrecking to it.
Yeah, like the most important thing is just like getting a purple stone like right
Okay,
at the
that was-
beginning if you're doing solo. Otherwise, it's just and the amount of times I just missed the block.
That's
Um,
Sonaf?
stands
You want that?
breaking.
What?
Sonaf?
Yeah.
I mean,
We do need fire. Wait, no, we don't. We need holy.
no, we don't.
Holy
There's a
magic.
magma blade with guarding ability 20%, so you can take that dist. I
You want
don't really know what I
Envoy's
want.
Great Horn Disc?
Where's the
No,
god
it's
counters,
okay.
but
Okay.
I have 60% successive here if you want it.
think I should
sure.
Probably get that. But also HP.
What can I get rid of here? You know
I'll
what?
die in one hit no matter what. Yeah, I get more damage.
Fuck the stars, everyone. But you want the successive hits? Never mind.
Nah,
Take it. But you're using a bow, it doesn't work.
I'm
with a
not
bow.
doing successive, yeah.
There's a gargoyle up here, a red one. Do we want to just go
I'm
castle?
picking my stars, everyone.
Or yeah, I mean, yeah, we can kill him if you have stars, I guess.
I'm coming.
Yeah, I got it.
HP
I saw my
man.
shattering crystal and I didn't get it. I'm not like all spec'd into it. I have like 2.
Oh, I hate
So
this
I'm fine
boss.
without it, but life would be better with huge. No, he's immune to everything.
So sad.
What happened to the black one effect right there?
Could be
Ooh,
close to
that's
staggering.
hot right there. I like that. I got a bell.
Oh, the double.
Mark
Nice.
on the
Yeah.
repose. Perfect.
A gold. Hand of Millennia.
Cypher
Sword of Night and Flame
Pata?
again? Does
Ain't no
anyone
one
Sword of
can
Night and
benefit
Flame?
Maybe you want this? I don't know.
I don't know what I want.
Do you want improved guarding ability? 20%?
Nah, I'm okay. I already got some guarding ability. Do we have another key or?
I ain't got no more keys. I'm a
Um,
broke boy with no keys.
Let's
I'll
go to the
definitely take
castle.
more HP. Okay. Oh god, thank you for these passives. They're real good. Insane. My build's good.
Come on,
Better
jellyfish
than
shield.
PvP, or would you actually like
Wish.
PvP in this game?
No, hell no, dude. Some games don't need PvP. Everybody in my community is like, PvP invasions and this, invasions and that, but invasions in every game. I'm like, no, guys, come on.
Confirmed
Like, how
or
dumb would it
hates
be?
PvP.
How dumb would it be, though? You're in the middle of a run.
The Bellbear Hunter.
50 minutes of pain, depth 5, and then Ouroboros, the asshole, invades you and one-shots you with some OP shit. You know? I don't know, man. Sometimes
Yeah, it
you
wouldn't make
have
much
to
sense, honestly.
put the brakes on. Oh, fuck.
Get this off. Thank you. Never happens.
Dude, we are destroying him. This tank?
I might be dead. Oh, never mind.
What a clutch.
Nah, dude. You were never in any real Die, bitch.
It was just being dramatic. That's all.
Oh, magma? Candlestick?
Magic
Oh, this
attack power,
glorious tree.
12%.
I don't know.
Oh, wait, Halo Scythe, dude.
Anyone that
Halo
would charge
Scythe?
attack bonuses?
Holy shit.
I don't want that either.
Yeah, I'm good. It's
Yeah,
really
I
good shit.
know. I'll stick with my
You guys
stuff,
good?
I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I have like a.
Okay. Oh, shit.
Okay.
God, that's fair and balanced. Recluse's damage is crazy, dude.
Crazy, and
Actually-
recluses are crazy, huh?
Yeah.
Poison resist.
Well, not just
Affinity
yeah,
damage
sorry.
if anyone wants.
Godfrey Icon. Ewing? I know you want
Oh
that.
yeah, sure. We just have some starlight shots. Yep.
Yep. What should we be doing? Some more world bosses?
We did that boss.
We missed
just-
one.
Probably just clear castle, right?
Yeah, it was clear castle. We can go to the first one. We're gonna kind of run out of time.
after this guy, we can go to roof.
Yeah,
Straight
sure.
to it.
Yeah.
Just make sure we get it. Come
Ain't
on,
gonna
level
drop anything.
15.
You're fighting Gaping Jaw right now.
Yep, yep, yep. Hopefully normal, so I can bully him with poison. Should we kill this guy?
No.
If we kill the top boss, we
Oh
can
my
kill him
God.
after.
Did I bump you?
You did.
My
Did I
bad.
bonk you?
I'm just gonna say yes, even though I missed the job.
Okay.
This group is not. It's an Erdtree avatar. I have no FP, so I have a little bit of bulk stuff that might be okay here.
I can do a lot of damage with my guard counters.
Who else going right at you?
Right at you. I'm by Erdtree avatar.
Nice.
Oh,
we
that's
can
not
kill the
damage, it's
Solaria.
great. Okay, go. Resistant Erdtree. Oh, a Wing of Estelle with damage negation at full HP. Oh, continuous HP loss. What a fucking bait. I'm ending it all.
This is so sad.
I don't think I have time for this Solaria. Let's just bounce.
Yep.
Just gonna buy some starlight shots of Homeboy. As I missed the jump. Huge. I can't even climb back up. Who made this game? Well, this is a travesty.
I have
There's a version of this side.
126 guard boost.
Holy shit,
Hell yeah.
dude. And you could have got even more.
Yeah.
You're good.
Wait, that's a great shield, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's actually insane.
I have 2 taking damage boost damage negation. Do one of you guys want one?
Hell no.
Yeah.
If
That
I
doesn't
take
even work with the
damage, I'm
blocking
dead.
anymore.
Yeah, it's sad.
That's because I think of the design, like the blocking takes gives you more damage negation, so that like we can't have the Guardian having
Yeah.
too much stuff. That is
It was a
That is
little OP,
crazy.
but I thought it was fun. Like, Guardian needs cool stuff. I don't know, man.
not
Guardian
allowed.
nerf is
What's up,
weird.
Garf?
Grand the shield.
Guardian nerfs are
Wait,
weird,
I'm
champ.
almost at 1,000 guard boost when I'm two-handing.
Holy shit.
That's ridiculous.
Give me Frost. Thank you. Do I have continuous HP loss or something? I was at the stop. Oh, fuck.
Oh, he's gonna eat me. That's okay.
Oh, dude, I fucking ulted him and he didn't give a fuck. Oh, shit.
Oh, okay, my bad.
No. Lock in, distance.
That's fine. I'm just gonna ult. Not that I need to, but whatever.
No, fuck it, you need to. I got you. Maybe 7 billion rating. Thank you, Hippo.
Why do we even have damage negation of full HP with continuous HP loss? I'm actually throwing.
Very good question.
I don't have continuous HP recovery. Actually, it dropped some damage boosting stuff as well. So that's fine. I can just dodge.
Yay. Hardest boss in the game, we did it.
I mean, honestly, we could have gotten Ancient Dragon, that would have been tragic.
That would have actually been fucking sad.
Would have been here for like another 5 more years.
I haven't seen Ancient Dragon in forever.
Thank God.
Yeah.
So fucking annoying. Hey.
Especially playing God, you can't even fucking God counter anything of that guy. Maybe like the slamming attack, that's about it.
You can sometimes get some like on his head, which hits really hard, but it's pretty awkward.
Make my Hoarfrost on purple, why not? Starlight shards for me. Oh my god. More? I'm rich. Okay, we're good now.
Money, money, money.
But it's one-handed katanas is better because it's faster, and then you can just do more status build up. Because there's no status difference between one-handing and two-handing. Only thing it like losing out on is just more stance damage. Maybe like 2 more stance damage per light attack. Nothing crazy.
Yeah.
So you're fine. Just one-handed every time. I just have it in my offhand, so like I can just use my have a melee option and use spells.
All right, we got this.
Oh hey, extra large sub.
Should
Thank you
actually
so much
switch
for the
hands.
26 months. And Ho Chavine, thank you for the 40. Cleopatra, thank you for the
Normal, so I
sub.
can bully him. As much as I love Everdark.
That's his normal.
Hell yeah, he's gonna get fucking destroyed.
My health again. Maybe that helps out a little bit. It was puking everywhere. Okay, let me go back to
I did not know
Frost.
Poison Goo does damage.
well, now you know. What the hell is that attack? What the fuck was that? I've never seen that shit in my life. Is that like specific when he does the poison?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that's fair. I was confused, like, what is he doing? Well, no,
I
I know.
ulted him during that.
That would've been sick.
Oh, what the?
Random lightning strike?
Yeah, double.
Oh, damn.
Oh my god, CPU attack.
The restage that fucked everything up? Well, that happens to me sometimes. But you just restage and like stuttering.
I have done
FPS.
literally no damage.
Restage timing when I said that, it had to have been then.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate this boss.
Huge.
I'm gonna grab it.
Get him, guys.
Hell yeah. He sacrificed himself.
I'm still alive.
Not that shit.
You actually.
Oh my god.
Oh
You have a
my
resistance
God.
boost or something?
I did not.
I don't know how I was alive. I'm gonna go ult him. Fuck it.
Maybe he didn't complete it if he had a resistance boost from like a weapon or something.
I don't even know if that did anything. Did
It didn't.
No, it doesn't time it correctly. It's kind of like a weird timing. Honestly, I don't even know how to do it.
Okay. Ishizaki? We need to have a talk about that.
So I'm invisible. They're coming at you.
Oh. Did not block. Oh.
Oh
No, we're
I
fine.
got
We're
you off.
fine.
It's okay.
I tried blocking that. I feel like it's blocking that AoE is just not good.
I tried to space out the
Literally.
You survived.
I somehow didn't get fucked up for that.
I was fucking not in it. That was nonsense.
GG.
Jesus. I thought we were gonna throw. Oh, dude, I forgot my buffs. It's fine.
I had a Wending Grace as well, so we were okay.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's like purposely don't tell horror. Having free camper content.
Nice job, team.
Damn, you should have told me. I would have thrown on purpose. Let's go down.
Yeah, DM it.
Have
DM
this
it.
clutch. Clutch it up. I don't need a clip right there. We're not
That would've
farming
been it.
hard enough.
That would have been it. You're right. Ooh, that's nice. Just one of your bird relics is fucking insane. The one with the defense on your swirling and the guard boost and everything. It's
Oh
so
yeah,
dumb.
yeah.
I want a relic like that. Oh, I got it!
What?
Because it was 250 because it was depth 4. I didn't even realize.
Oh, nice.
Holy
good
shit.
shit.
Woo, yeah, I did
I thought you talking about you got the relic. I'm like, what?
No, I got depth 4. I didn't even realize.
Well, it was
Okay, good job.
it was plus
GG.
2.
Yeah, all right,
maybe-
bye, losers.
I mean
don't need
that it was plus 2 on Scarlet Rot, and it was fire attack. I guess it could be good for like
now I'm gonna stay
Revenant
off
or
Iron Eye.
Recluse or something. I don't know.
Revenant? Sure, I'll do
Yeah,
Revenant. next game.
a better character.
Let's go do triple Revenant.
That's a good idea. You know,
It's actually not even that bad because you can just keep like alternating your ultimates
Yeah,
and
the
keep
ult-
everyone alive. And if you have the damage boosting stuff on the ult and like
Sort
3
of-
sets of summons, come on
sort of
now.
insane. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
ult chaining is pretty nice.
I did it before for
It
memes,
works.
but yeah, it's actually not bad. You know, it's really
It
good
works.
giving those Revenant claws to another fucking character, dude. Have you guys tried that? This shit's insane.
I have. I actually did a run with like the Recluse starting off with it, just with like Cheat Engine.
Oh yeah,
It just gives it like the regular like, you know, fist moveset, like the Star Fist.
yeah, but
Does
the
pretty well.
the res points on it is like so stupid. You
Yeah,
just
yeah.
punch and it just they're back. So funny.
Triple spinning Fredericks. Yeah, that's the thing, because when you pop your ult, it actually like lets the one of your other allies summons just do their ultimate attack too. So yeah, pretty crazy shit.
Actually insane.
Mm-hmm.
You guys down for more?
Yeah, I got one more in me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got one more in you.
One more.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm gonna play Wilder probably.
I'm just gonna do bird again. I was thinking about doing Revenant, but
You're a bird main, accept your fate.
Bird and Joya. Have you tried the Faith Guardian? Disc?
no, is it? I feel like yeah, it's just I don't know. Like why not just play Recluse? Like if you're gonna cast spells or Duchess.
Yeah, I think like the idea is that you can like just hybrid strength faith type shit. I don't
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mhm.
know.
I
But
guess
it's
with
just,
some-
it's just annoying. I might play Arno for this boss.
Do it.
Yeah, sure. Wait, what fucking build did I have? Am I playing my melee build? Hopefully.
I mean, if you're running like a faith, like a holy weapon or something, that would be good, right?
Yeah, like a strength faith, it could do okay.
Mhm.
But the thing is, like, if you actually run the strength relic with the Revenant, it actually gives her more faith and more strength than the Guardian. It's
Oh.
kind of less health. Yeah, like strength relic for the Revenant is actually really good because it just like lets her have a damaging melee option and it only loses like 6 points in faith. It's like 5% damage, but you just
Yeah,
get
it's
like
not
more
bad.
strength than the
You
Guardian.
die in like one hit though.
You do. But there's another relic that can actually boost your vigor but reduces mind. But if you have damage negation at full HP, it's not a big deal.
Yeah,
Isn't it
sorry,
like
Chad. I
11
love
though?
Guardian.
Yeah, puts
I
it
don't
somewhat
know.
in line with the Guardian.
I'm addicted to playing
I'm
this
not
stupid
a
bird.
believer in the
In what?
recluse strength build.
Oh, the Revenant
Oh.
trick build.
The Revenant, sorry, yeah, Revenant.
I mean, it's not like it's not as an actual build. You just like put the relic on, like because you might as well.
Means- Yeah, I think it's fun. I do want to try
Like you
it.
still have like your spell-based build. You just have that one relic equipped, so you can
Right.
just have a melee option when you run out of FP. Otherwise, you're stuck
is
with your
sorta
regular ass
cool.
shitty claws.
That is pretty cool. But don't you said you use mine for it? That's so bad.
No, you lose fight. That's all.
Oh. Okay.
So you just like sacrifice like 5% spell damage, but you just get more melee damage from the Guardian. With strength
Actually,
up.
pretty good,
Yeah.
then, huh?
Yeah. Might as well just run it
They're
every time.
stealing all that shit from me.
It's fucking enemy. Oh my god.
Dude, we're having a bad time. You don't want that?
I'll take it.
Poison resist boss, it's whatever. I thought I was playing Lauder for a second, and I was like, use my dodge in the middle of nowhere.
Bullion.
Say like Serpent Bone Blade, you're fine. Right off the
I
bat.
got Discus, dude. Are you
You have
sure,
Discus? I was literally gonna play Revenant, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I was like, what are the chances of me finding a holy spell?
Insane.
key.
1, 2. Max FP, taking damage, restores FP. Really good downside.
God
Okay, I'm
damn.
coming. That's so funny.
Let me just switch characters mid-game.
Do it. So you got cheat engine.
I'm not open.
This is so sad.
It just crashed the game.
Yeah, I don't know about this. What do you think?
We can do it. With the mark, it
It's
should
not-
be
it's not red.
fine.
Yeah,
You can get
I
one
don't
shot.
die in one hit.
Yeah.
There's hope. Welcome. Seeing damage?
It's okay. We're doing depth 4 right now. Still depth 4. How close are you to depth 5 this?
Pretty. I'm like halfway, I think. Not that
Okay,
close.
okay. Alright, Dick, we're gonna have to have you play all night now.
Oh, oopsies.
Oh. You're up.
I'm just gonna ult. Go crazy.
Do it. Go.
I'm so glad that Wilder's passive like puts it back to the exact same health instead of like having a tears and denial situation.
Yep.
Like just leaves you at 1 HP. It's actually really good. Although
so
it doesn't like
good.
bypass like grab attacks and stuff. But, yeah.
It's OP.
It does very well.
Kind of like the gradual restoration. I kind of wanted to get the 20k, but whatever.
All
It's
right,
kind of
we're gonna
having
do
like a second chance.
Red Magma Worm. What do you think?
Maybe let's get
I'm
the.
not doing that.
We want to get the
Like it
church,
wouldn't, like
or
we could do it. It's just gonna take like a very long
Yeah,
time.
The
maybe-
entire day.
He's
maybe
gonna
we
like
don't.
run back and forth, and
Maybe we don't.
yeah, no. He just sucks. Like he's just a terrible boss.
Yeah, he
He's
sure
awful.
is.
Like the only like bearable part about the Magworm fight is like when they have their second phase and they stand up, and that could be like okay, but like only the larger ones get that, so you can't even see the fucking screen. You can't see
Yep.
what's happening.
Do you know
So
the
when they
coolest
stand up-
thing
What's
is
cool?
just about this game is that all the best bosses they kept in Elden Ring.
As the game
Yeah.
kept them.
Like actually.
Yeah. Can't wait for the
Just in
DLC
case.
to add like one more enemy.
Dude, I can't wait. It's gonna be sick, dude.
Sure. Like,
One
are we
more
even
boss.
gonna get any remembrance bosses from the DLC?
Who knows? Probably like 2 more of each game, you know?
Yeah.
2 more remembrance bosses, 2 more I don't know.
Dude.
We didn't even get a single DLC boss from Dark Souls. Any Dark Souls game.
Yeah.
No, dude, we're gonna get the penis frog from Dark
Do you wanna
Souls
do
2. It's gonna be
the-
so sick.
Holy Camp.
Honestly, I'd rather have that boss than Freya. Yeah, sure. We can
Okay,
do
let's
this
do
real
it.
quick.
I mean, it is dogs, so.
Yeah.
Could be some good.
Jory in the DLC
Red
for sure.
Albies.
Theo's gonna add the Ghost Flame Dragon. Probably. Can I proc poison these bums? I don't think I can.
I think you can. They are poisoned.
That's okay.
Almost positive, by the way.
Sacred Nagakiba. Yeah, I just run like melee Ironite and I have like dormant katanas and it's just better than normal.
Flash killing restores FP. Does anybody want that?
That's good. Just take this.
I think we're good. I'm just gonna get HP.
Oh my god,
Sad. Oh
guys.
no.
What's happening here?
I was like waiting for the disc, like him to like just deflect the discus of light, but it was actually aiming at me and then I charged away.
There you go.
It's so stupid.
So
I hate when I'm just sitting there like waiting for guard counter and then they just don't even attack or they just miss.
Please hit me.
It's like even more annoying because like enemies that like that you can stagger. Because if you do like a shield perk there, they'll just get staggered out of it. It's like
Yeah.
it's stupid. I was just waiting for you as well.
Dark Souls 2 PvP in a nutshell.
Oh god.
Please attack me.
This is a really good hammer. 25%
That's,
damage.
Like, the most annoying thing about
And
the
golden
PvP in
bow.
these games is like the players is being so passive.
Yeah.
Should we just go down to the basement or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
let's
Yeah.
Try it.
100%. I'm gonna grab the runes.
I picked it up. What's Bellbearing Hunter again?
We doing it? Your boss
It's like it's not red. We'll see what happens.
Oh gosh. Okay.
We need our tank.
I'm coming.
We're useless without our
Yeah,
tank.
fucking poison.
What happened to the Trinity?
Tank's dead. Tank down.
Oh fuck! DPS down.
I'm gonna ult.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe I shouldn't have used that already.
Probably not.
Oh, no way.
Okay, I think officially it's time to head out. I'm gonna die.
That's okay.
All right, just use your ult.
That was close.
Oh,
Let's
okay,
go,
I think
let's
we
leave.
gotta go.
All right. Yeah.
Tactical retreat.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll be back, bitch. We'll be back.
We just strike a bit of fear into his heart so he knows he's just gonna be sitting there just shitting his pants until we get back.
Exactly. Also,
He
not
had-
you, Yui. I was talking to the bell-bearing hunter. You're not a bitch. You're lovely. Lovely, man.
Do you want to kill some stuff here?
bitch.
Or?
Yeah, I'm like tempted. Yeah.
Let's get to it.
Watch out for the pot thrower, though.
Sup,
Can you
Paul?
reach back here?
Yeah. Give me a belief.
Oh, I should have touched
Oh,
it. Let me die.
that's fine. We'll get you, buddy.
I will get you.
Like I hate them, but part of me just like makes me like. I don't think I wanted them to change it, you know.
I want to give him a little more reward. Because it feels bad when you get him.
Honestly, if these guys get nerfed, it'd be like an even bigger nerf than Promise Console Redone.
Oh, that is so bad. We're not doing the other one?
Bring it up. No, I was getting the grace. Being responsible.
Oh, okay. Smart.
Smart gamers. We should probably go to a tunnel instead. Honestly, but it's fine.
Yeah.
This is good.
Or after this one, I'll do it.
We don't have an event. Do we? Yeah.
I think it's just to get a purple shield, so it can actually
right.
be a tank. And depth 4 people just be melting.
Oh, Jesus! Zelda! Sorry.
Going to the merchant. real
Getting
quick.
jumped.
My cat fucking taps me like on the fucking shoulder, like on the side. So it just scares the fucking shit out of me. I hate it. Not
Or
a
climbs
fun
up on the
one.
back of your chair and just like taps you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like a little.
So cute.
It is cute, but it's like scares the fucking shit out of me when I'm not ready for it. Okay, I'm coming.
She's a predator. That's what she,
She
does.
is. She hunts.
My kitty cat fucks me up all the time. She's like not even a year old.
Chad.
Oh my god.
I've
I
been
like to
playing
play
Night
fight,
Rain
yeah.
for too long.
She fucks me up. We could do this real quick, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I tried to have a killer, like a little spider yesterday. I'm like, go kill this spider. So I tried to throw it at it like a fucking Pokemon. And it
Dude,
just
they
felt
just
like I was
whack
play fighting
it.
with her instead. No, she actually fucking killed it and ate it. It's like,
Oh, delicious. Good.
yeah. Honestly, I was
does
like,
not
okay,
do her
I wasn't
job.
kind of expecting that, but I mean, yeah. I guess Australian cats and an Australian thing that is built different, you know?
That's true. Australia's a lawless land, truly. Die, help!
Honestly, or we could have done it without you. We gotta be fast. Do I have night tide damage increase 100%, so I might have to like.
Oh, there's a
I think you'll be alright.
Cellar.
We got it.
Was there any
How was your
decent holy
silent heal?
weapons?
Just
How's my what?
silent heal. How was that
Oh,
game?
yeah, it was pretty good. Not like, I don't know. It was average.
That's sort of what I'm getting from it.
Ow, this hurts.
Not Hollow Knight levels of masterpiece.
Yeah, it was kind of bold of you to go this way. You.
Might go down. I'm down.
That was a very
Yeah, this
bold
times
route.
2 damage to the storm is pretty.
Thinking I go.
What a
Like
Run.
a real one.
guy. What an absolute guy. Holy
Fucking
shit.
Giga Chad. Discus
Top
of
like
light.
0.1%
Black
gamer.
knife.
Ghost of Yurte Streamlord Feed Families. We could play Ghost. I'll see what's happening there.
Yeah, that game looks sick. Too many
I'll
games,
dabble.
man.
I know.
Too many.
What do you have for
fucking
Game of the Year? What do you guys have for Game of the Year?
Probably Expedition.
Oh man, Silk Song's looking up there for me. Expedition also great. This game.
Ain't winning shit. But it's fun though.
No, it's definitely not. Yeah, I think. it's probably
Like
Silk
literally,
Song
if like
for me
any
so far.
like relevant game from this year came out last year, that would have won. Like there's so many heavy hitters this year, it's crazy. Monkeys.
Insane.
I have to level up my shit.
I thought it was gonna be a sweep with Expedition, but then all these other fucking games came out of nowhere. And I was like, shit. 80s too as well. Like,
I've been grabbed by a monkey. This is not good for me. And I've been poisoned because I have the damage. Just let me die. Just let me die. Get me up. Oh, I got. Okay, never mind. I have defeating enemies gives me health back, and you guys just saved me by killing me and stuff. Appreciate it. I'm probably still gonna go down. I mean, I can heal. Did I just accidentally do that? Yeah, I did. I just like fight any of them really.
oh, that was a big mistake.
Whatever works.
Alright, just do solo Yoda.
I'm Yoding.
He's Yoda.
I can try Procco.
Oh, I
can try
got
and
grabbed.
block them for you.
I don't think it'll kill me though.
I'm gonna save. Oh shit! Thank you.
Give me a balloon. Oh. Okay, we should probably separate these two guys.
I'm trying to get her away.
Okay, let me blade please. That works too. That works. It's gonna probably go there like one shot.
Go to the end. That's 4. Doesn't seem too bad so far.
Nah, it's okay.
Almost forgot we were there.
Depth 5, that's when like every single time you get hit, it just crashes the game. It's crazy.
Yeah. Just deletes your save.
Do you want to clear this camp real
This
quick?
baby camp? Yeah, I could do.
Oh, I have double damage. I kind of forgot about that. I kind of forgot. My bad. Just a little bit throwing. Okay, yeah, disgrace.
It's all good.
Like, let me go follow the team.
Oh, the double! Hell yeah.
You know what? I honestly didn't think he was gonna do that, and then he did. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
got
take full
gamers,
responsibility
dude.
for that. Yeah.
99 gamers, dude.
I thought he was doing the other one. You guys had him dead. I was like, let's go focus on this guy. That's called efficiency. Then it,
I don't know anything about that. It's like
I just didn't take into
attack
account that I
one.
suck sometimes.
That one couldn't possibly know.
Luring enemies upon charge attacks.
Yeah. I think it's just like the
It's,
bewitching
Gravitas,
branch shit.
Dude. It's Gravitas.
Is it? Not the.
Yeah,
is
yeah,
it?
yeah.
Oh, I see.
It's very cool.
I can actually buy a second purple stone of this guy, and I can make my bow and my katana purple.
Yeah, I'm gonna
you
make my
kidding?
shield purple. You could buy a
gonna
key
save my money.
too.
Purple. I'll buy a key as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to, you guys. That's gonna be enough, I think.
You're so much cooler than everyone else.
I am. Don't have to tell me what I already know, dude.
Oh, there's double ranged weapon attacks in the store too.
I'm doing melee side.
Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Wanna do this ever, Joe?
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, sure.
It's right here. Oh, I have 2 keys already, and just holy shit.
Oh shit. So yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, or it is better than everyone else. You're not like the other girls.
No difference.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was insane, that damage burst. Oh my god, goodbye. He's trying so hard to play, dude.
He got bullied. He deserved
Did
it.
a swing out. He actually did. Insane.
That's what he gets for being a fucking omen.
Oh, dude, racist against Omen? War boss is here?
America was right. Yeah, let's go.
The magma worm? I don't remember.
I don't know.
There's nothing. There's no day 2 boss over there, so there's nothing. Probably gonna be like a hippo or some bullshit.
Revenant. And something else.
Probably
Hey,
a blast
Casper.
assassin if you can't see it.
Been going well.
Probably. Yeah, I can't fucking see probably.
It's been
Alright,
good.
Let's do Revenant first. Anybody got
Attacks
heals?
impaired on
Unless he was a
occasion.
misbegotten. Yeah.
Wait, actually? Fuck him up.
Wait, oh no, heals. I thought you meant
Oh, I
like,
like-
the healing spell.
Yeah.
Yeah. What if I do have it, but I'm just not gonna use it?
That would be very.
Very Iron Eye behavior. Ritual sword? I probably could have picked up ritual sword if I was on the right.
That would have been a good get.
If I was paying attention and not being bad. If I was about to do the big attack, we were gonna have like pop off
Shatter
for that
crystal.
blocking. Or
Yes.
oh, okay, so yeah, you can take this. Here you go.
Oh! We win.
Let's give Aura candy.
Halo scythe.
Let's feed him the candy. I mean, there was like
Nice.
there was god counter boost there. But I feel like the Halo
sorry.
side is way better for the squad.
This
Sorry,
is,
Ghost.
this is God.
It's okay.
Just understand. Just understand.
We gotta make Aura happy.
Dogs have to go. Yeah, I'm the streamer after all.
We take the tree to the church, or
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fantastic play.
Excellent idea.
Hear me out, but Night Rain, but Final Fantasy themed. What does that even mean?
Everything you say is so smart. How do you do it? Oh my God!
Oh, thank you.
See that stone chunk in the air? Holy shit, dude! That was crazy.
That shit goes far as hell. Amount of times I got sniped off fucking birds pisses me off every time, but it's still
Dude,
funny.
in the sky.
I really want to jump off right now and get a plunging attack on these
Yeah,
guys.
I was thinking.
really
the same.
badly want to do it.
No. Resist.
Intrusive
We
thoughts.
totally
okay.
could have done it, all three of us, on different
Yeah,
ones if we were
that would
like,
have been a
strong
clip
enough.
right there. Let's get back and do it again.
If we wanted to farm clips.
Damn. If we're actually good at games, we could have done it.
Yeah, we could have noticed. I was enjoying the scenery.
God damn it.
We through.
Maybe another time. Same game,
Alright.
just Final Fantasy based. Interesting.
We're gonna kill this world boss right now.
Sure. That's not.
We could do this
that's not
Everjail.
what I want to be actually. Yeah, no, that's not. I literally just said. I started running there. I was like, yeah.
I
Can't believe I
know.
believed you and trusted you.
Why didn't you listen to your intrusive thoughts?
I don't know. I suck.
I got so many keys. We could do every Everjail on here. You got it? Excuse me, princess. Fucking birds in my way. Ow.
Poison fuck. But I had a serpent boat there. Where you going, buddy? You ain't going nowhere.
He really thought.
Cause I'll take the money.
Oh, this could be so good. Death Ray Bird? For once, I actually want a Death Ray Bird.
No, it's an ulcerated tree spirit.
Never
Yeah,
lucky.
I've got Sacred Order as well.
Yeah,
Unfortunate.
we could have fucked them up.
He's probably behind the corner, don't worry.
How's the dragon? Further down. So there's nothing. No death bird, unfortunately. Maybe it's on that rooftop, who knows? Who knows?
They need to add more seeds per boss. That's what they need to do.
Yeah, the game just needs more stuff. Yeah. Hunting. But no, you can only fight the good bosses if you actually play and buy the full games.
Yeah,
God
that's right.
forbid we let the Night Rain gamers have the good bosses.
Crazy.
They probably have like some analytics out there that being like, hey, the percentage of Night Rain players they haven't bought Shadow of the Earth yet.
Yep, so they
Gonna
don't
gatekeep all those.
want to spoil the bosses. Oh, or make them pay for it. Who
Either way, it's sad.
knows? It is very sad. Devour Scepter?
Death's Poker? Anyone want that?
Let me see who
The
we're
biker.
fighting. No.
What's going on?
Do
Yeah, you can
we-
proc frost these guys as a super resist.
You want to go
Let's go
castle
to
or?
middle. Yeah, let's go to middle castle. Yeah.
Yeah. It is time.
We've stalled long enough.
Time to get revenge on the bell-bearing hunter.
Yep,
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That was this game.
it was. They blend in.
We have to just do like a little training arc real quick.
There's a crab. I'm not doing the crab again.
All right.
Ray melee Iron Eye. Melee Iron Eye is just better. In solo, it's probably better for the play at range because like it's super easy and safe. But like when you're having your teammates distract for you anyway, might as well just use like the harder hitting weapons. It just
Stream
works
is-
better.
Stream is so laggy. You're laggy. I got 0 drop frames, bitch. Sorry.
No, I think they're right.
What the?
Oh,
I
that's
thought it
how
was
this
sure.
got grabbed there. Actually,
Maybe.
maybe it's my This never gets grabbed.
Of course not.
More hit.
What's next on the list of speedrunning list?
I don't know, actually.
Silent Hill app. No backstab.
You know what you should do? You should do some like slump speedrun ranking videos. Be great. It's like ranking the best speedrunning routes for every game. Just pick like one series of games that you like to play. Trust me, it'll work. People would actually watch it.
Yeah, I've thought about stuff like that. I want to do more like YouTube stuff. I'm just lazy.
It's just hard to balance when you're streaming for so long.
Yeah, for sure.
What's up, chicken?
Pearl Drake.
Oh, Ritual Shield Talisman.
I do not
Don't
love. Oh, I'll
mind
take
if I
that.
do.
Wait, no, I won't.
You can take the Pearl Drake.
That is tempting, but my shit's so good. Oh my god, damage negation of full. There's so much stuff. Okay. Dis, take Erdtree. Yeah.
I got a retrieve favor already.
God fucking damn it. Okay, I'll take it.
Yeah, I bought it. I'm going top. Do we have time?
Physical damage negation. Someone needs to take this shit.
Oh, it's another air tree avatar. Yeah, we have time.
Damage negation of full. I'm leaving. Oh my god, there's so much good shit.
Wish I didn't have a holy weapon.
Certainly less than ideal. Oh, you're beating her ass. Doesn't even matter.
I might be dead.
Just
Oopsies.
pancake.
I just like missed the jump 1,000 times. I'm finally coming.
Got you.
It's my turn. Time to throw.
Exactly.
Just alternating is all it is.
Hello, Iron Iron markup time is 90%, not 100.
It was on my screen. I was spamming it. Maybe it's just your connection.
It's my stream. I like your stream.
The guard counter greed, yeah. Yep.
Moonbell. Whom are we fighting? Nah.
I need to use Sword of Milos.
Yeah.
Fire attack
that'd be enough
power
for us.
with the resist.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
I don't know. It has more damage taken after evasion.
Ooh.
It's just a roll catch. Just don't fuck up your dodge. You'll be fine.
I'm not taking it.
That troll does see us. He's aiming at me.
That's bad. You can maybe kill me quick.
He's aiming at me, so that's fine.
Yeah, he's aiming at you. Just stay over there. Okay, he's dead. I'm gonna run over to the other one.
Do you have time for him? Or?
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got
So-
time.
I will come ults. Go crazy.
I guess I'll ult as well.
Yeah, I was like, you know what? Maybe I was a little.
I mean, you were very confident. So.
Stupid.
Oh, I have the double damage.
You double. You need to
I gotta-
leave, man.
Oh,
Oh,
Are you
I'm
cold?
dead. Yeah, I
We
can
gotta
like
get you. We
crawl.
have to get you.
yeah, maybe you crawl first. A bit.
No.
Is Nate just gonna die?
Oh, I
Oh, you
got
made
there in
it.
time.
Oh my god.
Nice.
We had like much dodge. We got four
Insane,
guys.
dude.
Forgot about my double damage.
Question is, do I go back in for the reward at the top?
Yeah, you can go in right now if you want.
Okay, bye.
No hesitation. You don't want to be with us.
Sticky as bird in the rain. Of course, I don't want to be here.
Backstab.
Oh god, it's gonna proc. No. Infinity damage is actually so worth it. Insane good.
Oh, don't do that one. Why me?
There is no escape.
Bam.
Oh,
I didn't cancel that attack. Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I was ulted. Oh shit.
Oh.
Oopsies.
Let me just mark this bum.
Got you. That's just guardian, dude.
Give me another poison. Thank you.
That's my favorite trope. Talking shit with people like right in front of me. It's not even a trope because I used to know someone just like that that did it unironically.
This
It was
shit
in League
talking.
of Legends. Yeah, it was in League of Legends. Like, oh my god, this jungler sucks, and I'd be playing jungle.
Would you fight Melania as a day 2 boss? I mean, I would, but like, I don't think it would suit the game very well. Maybe it's just like the first phase. But it comes
sorta
back
Milos,
at
we
day
don't need
3.
that.
I feel like Millennia would be
Um,
good as a shifting earth. Like if Halig Tree was a shifting earth.
Maybe.
That would be so cool, dude.
What's up, Nameless?
This does so much damage. Yeah, this is fucking chunking.
Got a golden halberd too.
Bird
Do
off.
any of you need a purple stone?
I mean, I can take one if you don't need it.
Yeah, I could
Do you
definitely
want a stone
use
sword
one.
key? I can trade you a stone
Yeah,
sword
it's
key.
on the ground. Whoever wants it.
Actually, no, just kidding. I don't need it. Insane trade.
She has no poise. Yeah, being in this game, they probably just end up giving her poise. Because it feels like all the enemies that
Yeah.
could like normally stun lock in Elden Ring, they just gave them so much poise in this game, and you couldn't like fucking stagger them, like the
Yeah.
omens and those what are they called? That no, the night people.
Any starlights? I'm gonna be spamming Halo. Sight.
Yeah, I can give you some starlight shards.
Okay.
I can drop one.
I dropped them.
Okay.
I don't need them. Pretty soon sacred order.
Thank
That's it.
you. Thank you.
Bit more damage.
Insane.
What's up, Kim?
Just having a little sippy. I'm coming. Fuck this dog up.
You're in depth 4 right now.
Yo, dog, I heard you like Everdarks.
Everdoggy? I could take Everdoggy.
Everdoggy. Skip him?
Everdog? Oh, no Everdog.
Yeah, we don't know. It could be Everdog. Yeah, no, Everdog.
Nah, if it's a red skybox, it's Everdog.
Oh, is that how you know? That's funny.
Yeah.
You bitch. I guess I'll die.
Just a lunch.
Bro! Let me live.
What? He missed me with that fire attack. Right
Care
on.
if you're handmade.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't care.
Oh,
Oh!
you're by my bot.
I do care. I do care. Turns out.
Rock poison faster. Thank you. My successive attacks
God, I
on
hate
bubble.
that little bump.
I believe in you, buddy. Oh, he's going for it.
Oh, you idiot dogs. You stupid
know what?
dogs. Top number one mistake.
I'm gonna ult.
Yeah, do it. Thank you.
Stance break. Potatoes. Although I got the price for a second, then I was still there.
Yeah. Going in the mountains.
I think we're doing a bit of
That's-
damage
that's
to
your
these
aura.
dogs, guys.
They're on
That's
you,
just
Aura.
better.
Yep, I'm bunking them. Jesus.
You know what? Every fucking dog deserves this in every Souls game. So, I don't even think of a worse enemy than a dog. Like in every game that is fucking suck.
They're not great. Souls is one of my cat person.
There aren't as many cats. It's like a weird fucking cat in like the deep protection zone. GG.
I didn't even use any flasks.
Nope.
Same.
Insane. I used a couple, admittedly. Used
Could have just
to.
lied.
I just kidding. I didn't use any.
There
See,
we go.
look, count 'em.
Basically, triple no hit run right there.
Insane.
Trios.
Basically,
The watchdog is a cat. It's a fucking weird cat.
I was mashing L2 too hard, but I regret nothing.
Oh, I got Horfrost Stomp for Duchess.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah, what's best in slot? It's pretty good. I don't know about best in slot, but it's good. The scales of Dex and Int, so just parries very nicely.
Yeah, I just feel like it's
It
so
doesn't
good
really
for.
use fire damage to reset it.
Yeah. They're so nice for clearing like groups of enemies.
Yeah, it's just like it's S tier early game, but like Duchess can actually benefit the entire game because you know you can still at least just proc the frost for the debuff
Yeah, true.
and restage that frost proc. It was like for the other characters, I probably just use it for like early game sometimes. With Duchess with like more FP and the good scalings. What's the dot? It's like a prestige rank. Like every 1,000 points after depth 5, you just get like an added extra rank. I think it just means you get more rewards, like every 1,000 points after depth 5, but it's just not gonna increase the difficulty. That's what the dot means.
Oh.
Nice job, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
GG's.
GG guys. Yeah, I'm gonna hop
heading
off.
out,
I think
Disc?
I'm hungry. I need some dinner.
Get some
He's
food.
hungry.
Get some food.
All
Yeah.
goods.
It's
Thanks
fun
for the
playing with you guys,
carries.
though.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
nice.
Thanks for joining, Dis. Let's play some more soon.
Yeah, for sure. You gonna keep playing? Both
Hell
of you
yeah.
guys?
Yeah. We're gonna
Alright.
do some more game. I just got on, so it's still early
Gotcha,
for me.
gotcha.
11 a.m.
Yep. Yep.
All right. Well, good luck, gentlemen.
I just woke up at 8 p.m., so I'm ready to game.
Woke up at 8 p.m.
Yep.
That's some gamer shit right there.
All
right.
right, Dis.
Yeah, have a good night,
then,
guys.
man. GG's.
Yeah, see ya.
GG. All right, chat. I am tired. We ended up playing Night Rain all day. Honestly, I'm gonna stop putting stuff in the title like, oh, I'm gonna do this or I'm gonna do that, because yeah, clearly Clearly, I don't know what I'm actually gonna do. I think tomorrow, chat, we're gonna start the stream with Hades 2. I wanna check out Hades 2. So yeah, I think tomorrow we'll start with it. You waited 8 hours for no Hades, bro. If I'm 8 hours into the stream, did you really expect me to play Hades? I mean, let's be real. Yes, it's in the title. I'm really hungry, guys. I want to get some. Yeah, all right. Yeah, here. We're gonna start Hades 2, chat. All right. Well, it was a good stream, guys. We started Hades 2. All right. I'm really hungry though, guys. I need to go. Sorry, is it too loud? All right. I am gonna go get some food, chat, and call it a night. But thank you all for watching. We're halfway to depth 5 now, so that's cool. That was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed the Night Rain. I know Night Rain can get a little repetitive, but I appreciate you guys for being here. It's fun to, I don't know, it's you know, it's funny. I feel like when I first played Night Rain, I didn't know how I felt about the game, but I still enjoy playing Night Rain. Like, yeah, it could be a lot better, but it's still just, I don't know, it's still fun.